Hi, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for 21st February 2024. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel, where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. Roll call. William Harrison.
Here.
John McCullough.
Here.
John Caulfield.
Here.
Jay Church.
Here.
Jonathan Moore. Jerry Simon.
Here.
Sebastian Vieira.
Here.
Michael Sullivan.
Here.
Jamina Grant.
Here.
And
I want to welcome Ms. Grant, who's been trying for a year and a half to get on the board and finally succeeded, was appointed last Tuesday by the Township Council, and we welcome you. We're glad to have you. We needed reinforcements, and when Ms. Harris is here, she'll be glad we actually managed to make 2 female members of the board. Welcome.
thank you so much.
Okay. We have the minutes of the December 6th meeting. I have a couple of changes on page 2 on the schedule of meetings on line 13. It should read as amended because we had a couple of changes, one due to our technical leader being off on a day we were planning to meet, and one due to we decided not to meet. And then on line 37, it should say D3, not D1 variance. And on page 5, line 22, after preliminary site plan approval, it should read and conditional use approval. Anyone else with any changes to those minutes? If not, someone want to move the minutes as amended?
I'll move the minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions?
Abstain.
Ms. Grant, you should abstain on meetings you,
Abstain.
and in general, you should have, on the resolutions where you weren't at. And we have the minutes of the January 17th meeting. I have a couple of changes on page 2, line 41. It has the setback is 2 feet 9 1/4 inches, but elsewhere here and in the resolution, it says it's 6.96 feet with the setback from Madison Avenue. So I'm assuming it's 6.96 is the correct number. Then on page 3, line 12, it should read, considered a small fire escape versus a smaller fire escape. And line 12, right in the middle. And then on pages 4 and 5, on page 4, line 30, you have his name as Perry, and on page 5, lines 4 and 7, you have it as Penny, and I'm not sure which is correct, but it's one or the other. And then also on page 4, after Perry, it should be Pannoni with an I at the end. And then on page 8, the conditions, the second bullet on page 8 should be replaced by condition 4 in the resolution. And the third and fourth bullets should be replaced by condition 5 in the resolution. Anyone else with any other changes to those minutes? If not, someone want to move them as amended?
I'll move the minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Grant, then we have the resolution to retain Mr. Sullivan for the next 5 years, potentially. I don't have any changes to... I said potentially. And you're here a lot shorter than I am, so... Anyone else with any changes to the resolution? If not, someone want to move approval of that resolution?
Move approval of the resolution to retain the board attorney.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? You can vote on this, The next is the resolution for the board engineer, and just let me give a little explanation of how we got there. We had voted to retain Boswell Engineering, who had been the board engineer for the past couple of years. They notified the township a couple weeks ago that they would be unable to service for the full year. They did say they would continue to service until we had a replacement. Mr. McCulloch and I and the chair and vice chair of the planning board interviewed Neglia. The other firms, either we had rejected earlier, the other firm, which was we had an interest in interviewing CME Associates. They did not have someone available the night we were interviewing, and we felt that was not a good indication of their availability, since it's a very large firm. And so Mr. McCulloch and I, and along with the planning board, we all felt comfortable with recommending that Neglia Engineering be appointed the board engineer. We felt this, since they're picking up mid-year, we'll see how well they do and then decide if we want to retain them for subsequent years. Okay, so I don't have any changes to the resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, someone want to move the resolution?
Go ahead. Move approve the resolution stated by the chair.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Then we have the resolution for the Harrison Avenue property. Just making sure the numbers are... Okay, I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, someone want to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Grant. And we have the resolution for Montclair Kimberly Academy. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, someone want to move the resolution?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? And last, we have the resolution for Wojciech property on Washington Street. I do have a couple changes on that. On page 1, I want to add a new whereas. I'll try and speak slowly. Whereas the applicant submitted a revised sheet C.02 dated January 17th, 2024, that complies with the impervious coverage requirement, semicolon and. And then on page 2, the 7th finding, it should say the proposed side yard setbacks. Anyone else with any other changes to that resolution? If not, someone want to move the resolution as amended?
I'll move the resolution as amended, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? What I'd like to do is to do the Madison Avenue application first, just
Yes.
to be sure they're done, because they would like to do the improvements and fix the fire damage to the house, and I want to be sure we get them home and out of here tonight, and so just...
Mr. Chairman, you may want to announce 613 Erie Street.
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
although they have to renotice, they did notice people may be here potentially.
Okay, so the application for, actually, I have to find the old agenda. 6-13 Erie Street, Block 3307, Lot 7. The applicant is not proceeding tonight. They will be doing notice again for that application, but if you're here for that, and only for that, you can go home. And do they, where are they with coming back?
Third Wednesday of March, right?
March, so they, assuming they do notice correctly, they'll be here March 20th. And, well, I know I had it, I'm not finding the notice. I had it, and I even had the newspaper notice. The first application is that of Stephen and Mallory Coleman, owners of property at 64 Madison Avenue. This is an application to construct a two-story addition in the rear of the dwelling. The property is in the R1 one-family zone, is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 2 in Block 4004. Variances are requested from the following sections of the Montclair zoning ordinance, Section 347-45D, for a lesser rear yard setback than permitted, Section 347-45C4A, for a greater principal building width than permitted, Section 347-45B1, for a lesser front yard setback than permitted, for Section 347-45C1, for a lesser side yard setback than permitted from the northerly property line, and from Section 347-45A2, because the building will exceed the 2.5-story limit. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Taxes are paid and notice is in order.
Okay, would you both raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? Okay, state your names and addresses, please.
Stephen Coleman, 64 Madison Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Mallory Coleman, 64 Madison Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to tell us what your...
Sure, well, first of all, thank you to the entire board. Chairman, thanks for hearing our case tonight. Thank you. We have obviously had a pretty long journey to get here, and we know that you've all taken your time out to hear this case, so we appreciate you. We prepared a little presentation for you guys, if I could just walk you through. So I'll give you a quick background of where we were and how we got here. This is our beautiful home on 64 Madison Avenue, and 10 years ago, we were fortunate enough to move to Montclair, to the south end, and since then built a great community of friends and neighbors. Our two children, 7 and 5, Callum and Emmy, both attend Nishwain School. I have a great community around them as well, and we've enjoyed our 10 years here. We absolutely love the town. We've been fortunate enough along those 10 years, even though the house was a small colonial house built in 1912, we were able to update it over the years, new floors, painting, updating all the appliances in the rooms. But unfortunately, as we moved to June of 2023, on the night of June 5th, we were awoken to an electrical fire, which lit the outside of our back of our house on fire, catching our deck on fire, spread very quickly up to the second and third floors. And by the time that I woke up to the fire, it was coming in the second floor window. So, sorry. Sorry. We were able to get out. We all got out safe, which was fortunate, but unfortunately, our house did not survive. So we're here for a rebuild. We're going to take the opportunity throughout this rebuilding process, since the back of our house is completely gone, the roof is completely shot, the backyard is shot, the deck is gone. The idea is to take the deck space, which was 14 feet, and create a little bit more of a modern house for our family to live in. The way that our current house sits on the property, as you can see, Mr. Chairman, through the variances that you had mentioned, 3 of which are pre-existing, right? We have a short corner on the property line, which is roughly like a 20-degree angled property, which is a bit unorthodox. We have a very shallow backyard as well, because our neighbor on Washington has about 5,700 square feet of property. We have about 4,200. There's a big difference in the property sizes. They have most of our backyard as their property. So 3 of the variances that we're applying for tonight are pre-existing. So we hope that that doesn't create an issue for how we're trying to rebuild. It's just a little bit more information on the way that the lot is laid out, and the way that we foresee the property kind of coming together as a rebuild. So that's all I've prepared.
So why don't we do that? The documents you just referred to, we're going to mark them collectively as Exhibit A1.
Sure.
You have a copy of it, right?
Yep.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to the Colemans. Take us a little bit inside of what you're proposing to do with it having been an existing home. You're doing, in addition to proposing to add on to the back of the house, you're doing a total renovation, right?
Correct.
So are you changing the nature of the layout of the footprint, the original footprint of the house? And if so, tell us what you're changing. Begin with the sort of the first floor and work your way through.
Yeah, so the basement wouldn't be changed at all. The first floor.
Is the basement just an open space? Is that what that is?
It's finished. It's a finished space, but we're going to have a crawl space. If we were fortunate enough to do this, it would just be a crawl space underneath. So the square footage isn't changing under there. It'll be very similar to what it is now. The first floor, when you first walk in, we're going to keep the layout roughly the same. It's really just opening up kind of the floor plan a little bit. The house, as it exists now, was pretty boxed in. There's a lot of walls everywhere. So since they're damaged and they have to go, we're just going to kind of open it up. And then towards the back of the house would be the extension that we would put the kitchen and the living room kind of back there just to give a little bit more space.
So the extension that you're proposing on the first floor would include the kitchen and the family room?
Correct.
And on the second floor, what would be different?
The second floor would be the same layout with the exception of the extension, which would become a primary bedroom. So on the second floor right now, there's 3 bedrooms. We would add a primary bedroom in the back with a bathroom, and then keep everything similar for the kids' rooms.
And the attic?
The attic would be very similar with the extension. It would open up the space a little bit in the attic, but of course, we're we're staying within the coverage up there and the ordinance for livable space in the attic.
So the attic, as you're envisioning it, is just for storage?
It is. It's more of a playroom. That's what we used it for with the kids, and I had my office up there as well. It would stay the same.
There's no plumbing up there?
There is not, no.
And there's no plan to put plumbing on that level?
There's not, no.
Given the extension that you're proposing, and placement of windows, how would that impact your neighbors to the left, to the right, and to the rear?
Yeah, so we originally on our plans, we had windows that were, additional windows that were facing our neighbors, but we decided through some different design modifications that wasn't really what we wanted. So there'll just be, in the past, there was just a one single door that opened up to the backyard with 2 windows on the side. So we're going to do something similar. We're just going to have a larger sliding door and 2 windows on the side that face the backyard. So the same look and feel as the old house. It's really what we're going after. We don't want, to be honest, we don't want a modern new house. We love the old house that we lived in, even though it had some crazy quirks and crappy plumbing, and that was endearing to us. We really like that, and we wouldn't request crappy plumbing again. But we want the same look and feel that we had when we had the fire.
So you're attempting to maintain the historical character of the
100%.
house.
It's part of the reason we moved to Montclair. Yeah.
What about exterior lighting? What do you anticipate?
Not the addition of a lot more exterior lighting than we had before. To be honest, we had a one little spot motion light on the side that faced our driveway, and to be honest, it worked about half the time. We had one light out front in the front door, and then 2 in the back for the backyard. I don't foresee us doing any more than that.
And in terms of drainage from the downspouts?
Yeah, we last year, before the fire, we actually put in underground drainage from the downspouts from the front of the house, because the house is somewhat pitched front to back with the stream that's across the street. So that worked really well. We would plan to keep that. It's already in the ground, run with PVC, done by a licensed landscaper, so we would certainly keep that.
So given the extension in the back, the downspouts, none of those water would not run off to either of your neighbors?
No, they run to our backyard and not fully into our neighbor's backyard. As you see, we're on the kind of one house in from the corner. So behind our backyard is actually our neighbor on Washington Avenue's backyard, butts up against that. The downspout doesn't go all the way to the fence. It only goes to the edge of our house currently.
And it appears as though, in terms of windows, you're being pretty consistent in terms of the style of windows.
Yeah, we wouldn't change anything. I mean, right now we have Anderson replacement windows. We were going to replace them with Anderson 400 series windows that look and feel the same way, that are just newer.
And the material for the roof?
Still haven't determined color or material, but I think just from speaking to my wife and our builder, it would be very similar to what it is now. Mm-hmm. In the 10 years that we lived there, we haven't replaced it, and the roof has not leaked. But obviously now we're going to have to replace it fully. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry you had to go through this. I know
That's all right.
fires can be traumatic.
Thanks.
You're not knocking down any of the exterior walls, right? It's just an interior demolition and just the damaged area to the rear.
Correct, yeah, the front of the house is gonna remain untouched, roughly. You know, it's just gotta rip the siding down and do the interior stuff. Both sides of the house are in decent shape as well. It's the back and it's the roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you were gonna extend over where the former deck was. Are you stopping at the same point that the deck was, or are you going further out or shorter?
We're stopping right there at the deck. It's
So where the deck was, that's
it's
where the rear wall
13
will be.
feet and change, so we're gonna just replace that completely with house was the idea.
Yeah, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
All right, so just off of Mr. Simon, so we're going with the deck, with the width of the deck, how far the deck comes out is where the house is. We're moving in 5 feet, so we'll be clear of the line on the left side there? 5 feet,
Correct.
it looks like, so we'll be clear of that, okay.
That was the idea, yep.
In this planner's report, there was stuff about the driveway. Are we changing anything on the driveway at all? Okay.
No,
I think what-
fortunately, it's,
Yeah, I think what they're trying to say is that our driveway encroaches onto our neighbors by a foot, but this is Montclair, and that happens all the time. I'd recommend that your fence to the right is on your property by 12 feet. I would think about maybe expanding that back on there.
yeah, we've considered that for sure. This is a
And-
good time to do it.
Correct. And by the way, you're using the neighbor's fence on land on the left side, so the fences seem to be all kind of out of whack there.
Yep. When we bought the house, the one on our neighbor's side, we had to move literally at closing. Our seller had to go to the house and move it so
Okay.
that we could sell it to him. So that one's correct.
Okay.
It just doesn't show on the old.
On the survey,
plots,
okay,
yeah,
gotcha,
on the
because
old
it was
survey.
done at that time period.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Before the fire, where was the master bedroom?
The master bedroom was,
In the front of the house,
Front of the house.
looking at the front of the house, second floor on the right side, if you're looking at the house.
Okay, now that's,
That's gonna change into our son's room because I don't want anybody to go back into that room where he was because it was so bad that
okay.
we're changing it to a laundry room because I don't want anyone to sleep there.
So your extension is going to hold the new master bedroom
Correct.
on the second floor. And the two bedrooms, each child have his own room? Is
Yeah.
that
Yes.
the idea? Okay. Okay, and the facade in front is going to remain basically what it is now?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're not changing that at all?
No, we're not
You're
changing
still
it.
going to keep a stucco front on that, or?
If they could keep it, yeah, I mean, it's in some areas, it's in pretty poor shape. In the front and on the sides, it's okay. So we would keep that stucco, and we would probably just put a new siding on it.
Just siding down the side?
Siding down the side, and we wouldn't keep we wouldn't paint the stucco in the front. We had vinyl siding in the front, all around the house before the fire. We would probably just replace it with similar, newer cedar shakes or whatever it might be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question about the HVAC, is that going to be replaced? Do you need condensing units outside?
Yeah, so right before the fire, we had our electrical grid panel upgraded to 200 amps so that we could put in central air. We put in central air. 3 months later, the fire happened. So I'm still paying for the central air too, which is crazy. So yes, we would go to same thing. We would, prior, we had the mini splits on the downstairs, and then the rest of the house was kind of like a central air with ductwork. So we would do the same thing.
So you're going with mini splits as well, or just
We
full
probably
central
would,
air?
since the house is going to be open now, we
Right.
would just go with a traditional system
Yeah,
with a condenser outside.
okay.
Most likely 2 units, just to control the downstairs, middle floor, and the rest of the floors.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
I have a couple of questions. Let me start with the attic level. What, in the front, what is changing from what currently exists?
So attic and roof, is that kind of what you're asking about?
Okay, it deals with what's triggering the being considered a third floor, which is a section of the ordinance which gives me a headache, but I want to understand what's there.
Yeah.
And, you know, what was there and how you're changing that.
So currently, where the house is at the roof line in the front, it's two larger peaks. They're not dormers, but they're larger peaks with the roof line behind it. Since the roof's coming off, we were just going to put two dormers and the roof behind it. It's very similar. And then the extension the roof line that would come off the extension in the back would just be pitched downwards towards the back of the house with a nice A pitch back there. So the space up there, as our architect was drawing everything, he drew it with the ordinance right there so that he would make sure that space above 5 feet is within the ordinance. Space on the three foot level on the sides was correct. The goal is not to have a living space. The goal was to have a playroom for the kids. So we're not interested in blowing it out and making it another bedroom up there or anything like that. That's certainly not the goal.
So Farwell, what is the issue on the third story?
Does it constitute a third story is your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because when I first read this, I thought it didn't.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify, because I'm not immediate.
Okay, so the memo says that the area of the attic with 5 feet or less is compliant with the definition below. However, at the front facade, the wall framing behind the two dormers does not comply with the portion of the half-story definition that would limit the height of that wall to not more than 3 feet from the attic floor. That wall is approximately 7.5 feet in height. So the determination from the planning department is that is an additional half-story. That's why it's called out as a variance, correct?
I'm trying to understand what you're proposing versus what's there. And I think the issue is purely at the front of the house, not the addition.
It is, okay, and it's that roof line behind the dormers is, so from a design perspective, how it looks now, it has flat roof behind the pitches, it's flat. The idea was to keep that same look of that flat roof behind those pitches, which would be the new flat roof behind the dormers. From a design perspective, that's kind of how the architect was drawing it. But from a livable space perspective, the idea was to stay within that ordinance, and I think that was met. From a numbers perspective.
Isn't that pre-existing? I mean,
Once we got past the width of the two dormers exceeding and got into we had one other application where we had an issue where it was what was happening in the interior that was triggering the variance versus violating the dormer width requirement, which was much simpler to understand. And I think, Barbara, can you check? I think we already added that as a change to this as one of our recommendations. Can you make sure it is? Okay. Now, my understanding is the addition you're basically shifting over. It's not right over where the deck was.
Correct.
And that's in turn triggering the width of the building variance.
Yes.
Okay, so, but it looks like partially you're doing that. Normally, we have people coming in saying they want to square it to the side of the house so everything lines up, and you have an advantage, I guess is how I would phrase it, due to the fire of you're getting to redo your interior of your house and do that. But my question is, I understand you could not, well, you could, but we would have had a difficulty of, if you had just built over the deck with the proximity to the side yard on the northern side yard. Okay. My question is, why did you shift it as much as you did? I think I'm kind of looking at, there's a trade-off between the side yard setback and the width of the building.
Yeah.
And given you basically had a blank slate in terms of the interior, how rooms lined up, why did you shift it over? Was it purely to comply with the side yard on that side?
It was. I mean, the house was literally on the line. So moving it in to comply on that north side was the idea. And then from a width perspective, it did trigger the additional width. But I think as a trade-off, we figured that was a less of an issue than having the house sit right on the property line.
Oh, okay, but what if we said we would want you to keep a 3-foot setback, which is greater than the corner of the existing house is, not do the 6 feet, so we'd reduce the width variance. You'd still require it, but
That would be fine. We bounced around that idea of how far to move it in and how far to adjust it based on the total width and based on that north side property line. We are flexible in terms of how that
it
would
just seemed it
look.
would line up a little better in terms of house being
We're
not
fine
quite
with that.
square, but
That would be totally fine with us, yes.
and you indicated on the front of the house, you're keeping the existing stormwater from the roof going into what you installed. What are you doing on the rear of the house?
We would probably do similar because it works so well. We haven't done it yet, but we'd most likely have some sort of underground drainage back there.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. If we can turn to sheet number 7. So I was reminded, is sort of a question that came to me when I was first looking at the plans. In terms of the alignment of windows and doors and all of that, if we go to the drawing first to the left, you have the patio doors, you have 2 windows on either side. Then you have a window which is above it, which is not centered to the patio. And then you have the double windows above that. So this window is not centered to either. Why is that?
So the 2 windows on the side of the doors, one of them is actually going to be eliminated just for aesthetics purposes. So one of them is going to be eliminated. Those 2 windows above that are the existing windows for the second floor. In a rebuild situation, we would be able to, if those needed to be centered, I don't think there's any problem with that, but I don't think there was any design reason why that is like that.
So for the patio, one of those sets of windows will be eliminated, you're saying?
Correct.
Do you know which one?
The one that's closest to the right side, on the right side there.
On the right side?
Yeah.
And on the other drawing to the right,
Mm.
you have this window, you have the two large windows. I think that's the extension we're looking at, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, on the right.
So you have the two large windows, presumably, okay, and then you have this window which is straddled above them, right?
Correct, yes.
Which also is not aligned. I mean, it's not aligned with the second floor at all. I mean, it sits lower than the other window on the second floor. Why
Yes.
is that?
So I think that's just a drawing issue, to be honest with you. That window should be, that's a second floor window, and it'll be the same size as the ones below it.
And that would be a window for the master bedroom?
That's the master bedroom, and then the ones below it on the first floor are the living room area.
So you have the one window on the side for the master bedroom, and then what you have two on the rear of the house. How
Yes.
many windows do you have there for the master bedroom?
It would just be the one on the side and then the two up top. And then there'll be four total, two on the sides, and then double into the backyard.
I see. Yeah.
Other questions from members of the board?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand what you're suggesting before. You're saying that that corner that's currently at 6'4" proposed, you wanted to shift it back to the north to 3 feet? That was the suggestion?
Yeah, shift everything over, the 3+ feet.
Okay. Explain to me.
Mr. Church?
Yeah. Is there any way these windows could be aligned? Or they have to be in the positions, well, I'm looking at the left elevation proposed.
Yep.
That window in the back on the second floor, I guess, could that move, or is it there for a reason?
No, this was kind of a combination of newer windows versus what was there. So that on that extension,
Yeah,
that would be that window would be truly on the second floor, not drawn where it is, but truly on the second floor and the same size as the ones below it.
as wide as the ones below.
Correct.
So that'll be centered on,
It would be centered right in between the two, yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Have you had someone look at the existing foundation, and there's no issues with your being able to build on top of that?
No, not at all. No, we had somebody come in and take a look at them, and our builder's been there. We're using Mulvey Construction in town, and they've checked it out as well.
Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, are there any members of the public who either have questions concerning this application, or testimony, or anything you want to say about the application? This is your opportunity to do that. Okay, seeing no one, anything either of you want to say before we discuss and vote on the application?
Just thank you for taking the time.
Yeah.
It's been a hard
Yeah.
6 months, so we're just excited to hopefully start soon.
Appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Okay, start with Mr. Simon,
In favor.
Mr. McCullough.
I'm also in favor, as long as we maintain the historical character.
Mr. Caulfield,
I'm in favor.
Ms. Grant,
I'm in favor.
Mr. Church,
I also am in favor.
Mr. Vieira.
I'm also in favor.
I'm in favor. I think, due to the odd angle of the existing house and the existing property lines, I think they've justified the various bulk variances. I do think it would be better to shift it over so they're keeping a 3-foot setback to the northerly side yard, which would reduce the nonconformance of the width, not eliminate that. I don't have a difficulty with the height variance or the floor variance, I think the appearance of the house is consistent with what the ordinance was trying to accomplish. I think besides shifting it, the stormwater should be designed so it will not have any adverse impact on the neighboring property, and that they addition go no closer to the rear property line than the existing deck, which is what they've said they're doing. Any further discussion among board members? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
Approval of the application as amended by the chair.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No, just sent to your house. I should send them to your address. You'll get them in about 5 or 6 days later. Okay. Then you get to review them. Yeah, that's right. And then you throw them in. They're no good anymore.
The next application is that of Hillside Square LLC. This is for property located at 8 Hillside Avenue. This is an application for a minor subdivision approval to subdivide the property into 2 lots and to construct a new 2-family dwelling on the subdivided lot at the corner of Orange Road and Hillside Avenue. The property is designated on the township tax maps as Block 1302, Lot 7, and is located in the R1 Single Family Residential Zone. In addition to subdivision approval, the applicant has also applied for the following variances: a variance pursuant a use variance to permit a 2-family dwelling to be constructed on the subdivided lot in violation of Montclair Code Section 347-41, which provides only single-family dwellings are permitted uses in the R1 zone. A variance pursuant to Montclair Code, to Municipal Land Use Section 70D2 to permit an expansion of a previously approved use of the property as commercial office, building, and house of worship, non-conforming use which will be expanded as a result of the subdivision. A variance from Montclair Code Section 347-18E to permit a lot depth of 117.95 feet for one of the proposed lots, whereas the ordinance requires a minimum depth of 133.72 feet, and if required, a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-20B to permit impervious coverage of 65.1% for Lot 7, whereas the maximum permitted impervious coverage is 55%. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Taxes are paid and notice is in order.
Okay, Mr. Trembulac, you want to give your appearance and proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the board. Alan Trembulac, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Hillside Square LLC. Hillside Square LLC is an affiliate of the Bravitas Group, which is Bob Silver's family-owned real estate company located here in Montclair. It specializes in the acquisition and adaptive reuse of architecturally significant buildings and properties. I believe the board's familiar with the Bravitas Group's other projects in Montclair, the most recent being the conversion of the former Chase Bank building in Watchung Plaza to an office building known as the National, which is now occupied by Montclair Speech Therapy. That project was approved by this board just about 2 years ago in early 2022. The project's been completed. The building is fully occupied, and the owner of that property, an affiliate of Mr. Silver, obviously, has just recently received or will receive an Excellence Award for that project from the Urban Land Institute of Northern New Jersey. The property which is the subject of tonight's application, 8 Hillside Avenue, was also approved by this board back in 2011. That project also coincidentally was the recipient of many awards from various real estate organizations, including the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. As you will recall, I think, that property at 8 Hillside Avenue was formerly the home of the First Church of Christ Scientists since the 1920s. And again, approximately 12 years ago, this board granted site plan and variance approvals, including use variances, to permit the conversion of the church building to an office building with a portion of the renovated building reserved for use by the church to meet the needs of its substantially reduced congregation. The Hillside Square property that I'm mentioning and we're discussing tonight includes a vacant parcel of land located at the corner of Hillside Avenue and Orange Road. And that's the property we're focusing on this evening. And we're here tonight seeking approvals which would essentially allow the applicant to restore or return this corner parcel to the condition which previously existed at that location for many years until sometime in the 1950s, when a house that had been located on the property was removed. That house, by the way, that was previously there, and this will all be developed through the testimony this evening, the house previously located on this property is roughly the same size as the new house where we are proposing to construct on this site, which would essentially, essentially replace the house that was originally located at this location. We're here tonight seeking the following relief from the board. First of all, we're seeking minor subdivision approval to subdivide the existing property into 2 lots, which would reestablish the corner lot as a separate lot as originally existed at this location. In order to subdivide the property, we require 2 minor C variances, one for a lot depth variance for the new corner lot. Ordinance requires 133.72 square feet of lot depth. We're proposing 117.95 feet. The variance is triggered because of the orientation of the houses, which are basically on an angle to the street, which results in diminishing lot depth as you get closer to the corner of Hillside and Orange Road. We also need a variance, C variance, to exceed the maximum permitted lot impervious coverage for the main lot, which contains the converted church building. And that's really kind of a technical variance because variance is triggered not because we're adding any impervious coverage, but because we're reducing the lot size by subdividing the property, which results in a higher percentage of impervious coverage, which exceeds what's permitted under the township's ordinance. The second form of relief, in addition to the subdivision with the related variance, is we're seeking a use variance to permit construction of a 2-family house on the new corner lot, which is, entire property is located in the R1 single-family zone. We're proposing a 2-family, which obviously requires a use variance. As you'll hear from our witnesses tonight, we believe that a 2-family house is more appropriate and more suitable for this location for various reasons. which we'll elaborate during the testimony this evening. As a result of, what we present tonight, I think you'll agree with our opinion that this is a very unique property. It's directly across, it's on the corner, it's the last lot in the R1 zone, both on Orange Road and on Hillside Avenue. It's located across the street from Hillside School. The other corner across the street from Hillside School is the Montclair Community Pre-K. And directly across the street from our property is a large garden apartment complex known as Cranetown Apartments. It's located in the R1 zone, but directly across the street from our property. As I said, for these and other reasons that will be elaborated on tonight, we believe that a two-family dwelling is particularly suitable for this location. Our lineup for tonight's evening, we'll start with Robert Silver sitting next to me, and sitting to his right is the next generation of the Bravitas Group, his son Brian, who will assist with some of the presentation. Following that, I'll have Paul Sionas discuss the architectural plans for the new house, and then Paul Anderson will talk about the engineering details relating to the new house, as well as the subdivision details. And then lastly, our cleanup hitter tonight is George Williams, a professional planner who will discuss the planning aspects of the application, including the variances that we're seeking. So unless the board has any initial questions of me, I would ask that I guess both Robert Silver and his son Brian Silver be sworn in.
Yeah, before we do that, the 2012 resolution granted a D1 use variance for the entire tract, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I was trying to trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just say yes, Alan.
Yes.
So that area is now being reduced. So I guess we're going to ask Mr. Williams also to address the D1 portion on that area where the lot was reduced. So
Yeah.
just a little heads up on that also.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask if both of you would raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your names and addresses.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian Silver, is it business address?
105.
Yeah, 105 Grove Street, Suite 5, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Bob Silver, you can call me Bob, Alan. 105 Grove Street, Montclair, New Jersey, Suite 5, 07042.
Just by the way, just to respond, we did notice for that variance that Mr. Sullivan mentioned, the Raspberry case, as you know, Mr. Chairman. And I didn't mention in my opening remarks, but that is a variance that we applied for and required. Okay, so Mr. Silver, before you begin, let me just ask you a couple of questions. You are the president and founder of the Bravitas Group Incorporated?
That's
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you also the manager or managing member of Hillside Square LLC?
That's correct.
And Hillside Square LLC is the owner of the property that we're discussing tonight?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Do you, would you like to just talk a little bit about the Bravitas Group, talk a little bit about this property, and then discuss with the board generally what you're seeking to approval for tonight and why?
Thank you. I thank you for taking the time tonight. As I was introduced, I'm Bob Silver, founder of the Bravitas Group. This is my partner, Brian Silver. Happens to be my son, which I'm very proud of. And we're here to talk about our newest project at 60 Orange Road. We are born in, Brian was born here. I've lived here since 1988. I still maintain my home here in since 1988. I maintain my business at 105 Grove. As Alan said, we own Hillside Square. We came in front of this board in 2010, received approvals in 2011. As you see, this is the subject property. This is a beautifully architected Weymouth granite church located at 8 Hillside Avenue. It was formerly the First Church of Christ, diminished population. They had put the church on the market, and they thought that the only buyer could be a house of worship. In 2010, we did approach the board and said that they could stay in their home, that they'd been there for 100 years. We would purchase the property, we would build them a church within their church, and we would convert the rest of it to boutique office space. And that's exactly what we did. It was approved by this board in 2011. It has been a very successful project for us. It's fully occupied by both the church and various businesses that work in Hillside Square and frequent the businesses on Church Street and the surrounding area. Other projects that you might be familiar with that we have completed, Brassworks at 105 Grove Street, Greenworks on Grove at 100 Grove Street, Academy Square, which was the former Catherine Gibbs School on Plymouth Street, Vault 491 on Bloomfield Avenue, and as Alan mentioned, our most recent project is the the former Chase branch at Wojciech Plaza. So what are we trying to seek approval for tonight? We would like to put a 2-family home on this lot. We'd like to subdivide this lot. And what we really feel is that we are replacing a home that existed for almost 100 years on this lot. We think that the town is in need of this type of housing. There is a lot of planning now around middle housing, and that's what we'd like to do. The town really doesn't have this type of housing for what we believe are the downsizers coming off the mountain and need a smaller house, or Brian and Nikki, his wife, who just recently relocated back to Montclair from Denver and looking for a smaller home. And we think that's a very reasonable approach for this property. Paul, could we go to the next slide? The property...
Make sure we're clear on what we're marking. So
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
That exhibit was the one that was separately handed out, is that right? Or is that
No.
something different?
This is a part of this.
Okay, so your PowerPoint is going to be A1 then, okay?
Right.
So this property is uniquely situated on the corner of Orange and Hillside. Directly to the west is 8 Hillside Avenue, which is now the home of Hillside Square. To the property just to the west of that are garden-style apartments, a big complex, the White House apartment complex, and then one lot to the west of that on the south side of Hillside is a 4-family. Across the street from this corner is a very large multi-family complex. It's the Cranetown Apartments. To the north side is Hillside School. To the northeast side is the Montclair Pre-K. On the south side of the street, just west of St. Luke's Place, is the Montclair housing. And then just to the west of Montclair housing is another multifamily. So this corner where we are proposing to put a 2-family has lots of mixed use all around it. And then just 2 houses down on Orange, 2 lots down, 66 Orange is also a 2-family house. If we could go to the next slide, Paul. As Alan mentioned, there was a house on this lot before the church bought it in 1955, and this is the footprint of that existing house. And then there's a handout. Paul, do you have that handout?
That's a separate sheet that was omitted from the PowerPoint. and I guess
That's
we
this
can
sheet
mark
right
that-
here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that will mark as A2.
A2.
So this is the Sanborn map that Alan handed out, and you can see that in the pink is where 8 Hillside is, the existing church. Just to the left of that, in the bottom corner, is the lot where it had an existing house until 1955. And then to the right, which would be west of the property, there was a house on that lot too, and the church bought that property also in 1955, and that's where our current parking lot is. And just to the west of that, the right of that parking lot, is where the current Whitehall apartments are. Could you go to the next slide, please? This is the existing survey from 1955. And in 1955, when the church bought the property, you'll see that that house existed. And it looks to me, and you'll see on that survey, that there was a office designated. I don't really have the records, but it does appear that there was a mixed use in that house at that time for a professional office as well as a residence. Next slide, Paul. So we propose to put a house, two-family house, that reads as a one-family house. And we have taken the elements from that existing survey to make it look and appear as if that house had been there for 100 years. You'll see this is a view, a photograph from, I think, probably the late 1800s. And this served as our historical reference of elements from houses that existed from 100 years ago. You'll see the house, which is probably just north of the pre-K center, and you'll see those gable ties. If you can see kind of in the gable, there's a gable braces, and you'll see when Paul comes up and shows the new proposed house that we have taken that element. And the bay window that was on the survey, we have also replicated those bay windows in our new design. So in conclusion, before I turn it over to my partners and colleagues, Paul Sionas, Paul Anderson, and George Williams, why do we really desire to do this? One is that this house fits into the character of the neighborhood. It provides 2 housing units for those citizens that are either downsizing and want to stay in town, or folks that are new to our community and want to live in a great walkable neighborhood. It creates 2 units on 1 lot, which is more environmentally friendly than building 1 unit. And we think it really fits the needs that the community desires at this point in time. Can we go to the last slide? There's been a lot of questions about our beautiful sculpture garden that now exists on that lot. We're very proud of the art that we provide to the community. All of our buildings have public art gallery space. We have rotating galleries and openings in all of our buildings. We were very lucky to put a sculpture garden at the corner of Orange and Hillside, and we're going to keep that. We are going to move it just to the west between the front sidewalk and the end of the 8 Hillside property, which will be the backyard of our proposed house. And we will continue to have that curated by a Montclair resident, Charlie Spademan, who is a local artist. So with that, if there's any questions for Brian and me, we'll be happy to take that, or we can turn it on to Paul, and he'll go through the details of the architectural plans and the renderings.
Any questions from members of the board?
I just have one. It's more curiosity, but I'd like to know what becomes of conditions we imposed. I have to find it. The condition of 11 of our prior approval said, with respect to the detached garage located on block 1302, lot 9, which encroached partially on your property, that you would not take action to remove it for a period of 10 years. 10 years have come and gone, and where do things stand with that garage?
The garage is fine. He's a great neighbor, and as long as he's there, it doesn't bother us, and there's really no impact on our property. We don't plan to take any action on that.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Mr. Caulfield?
Would this new lot that's being subdivided be tax exempt?
No, it wouldn't, and neither is 8 Hillside. You know, it's there. We pay full taxes on the whole property, including the portion that the church actually maintains.
Thank
Yeah.
Let me just ask a question. The proposed lot 7.02, there was a single-family home on that lot for a period of time. The survey showed it was there in 1955, correct?
Yes, sir.
When was that taken down?
1955.
And when was it constructed, do you know?
We couldn't find records of when it was constructed. We do on that. Could you go back to the Sanborn map? So that, go back. Yeah. So I think this was number 2?
A2.
A2. We do know that the house existed in 1934 on that lot. And it was torn down in 1955.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a question about the vision for this. Appreciated hearing your reflections as you offered them, and I guess I'm trying to weigh how you arrived at a vision for putting housing in this space, as opposed to maintaining a green space. Just like in the case of housing, I mean, you sort of alluded to the fact that there is a shortage of this type of housing available in the community, and there's also a shortage of green space in it. So I just kind of wondered, as someone who has obviously has a long and important history in this community and is always looking at its best interest, how did you sort of arrive at a place where you felt like it was appropriate to sort of make the decision to eliminate that as a green space and artistic space as well, but to eliminate that as a green space in favor of housing?
Yes. So we purchased 62 Orange in 2021, which is the property just to the south of that. And those tenants happened to have sold their home, and there was a dearth of housing. They really didn't, and they really had a very difficult time of finding a suitable house for their 3 high school age children. They wanted to maintain a residence until their children actually graduated. They happened to also be tenants at Hillside Square. It was like the perfect thing. And that made me realize that there was a need for smaller houses for those types of citizens that were, wanted to stay in town, didn't want to maintain their property, but couldn't go into a large apartment building. I hear you about the green space, but there's tremendous amount of green space all around that property. We really, after 3 years of having the sculpture garden, that was important to me personally. We're a huge supporter of the arts, and we had a great location for it, with great sight lines into that. Big lawn in the front, big space in the back, and so I didn't think I was really making an impact. Because it has two front yards, we have the setbacks, both on the Orange and Hillside. I think it's 25 feet setbacks on both sides, and so I still feel like we're maintaining a nice green space there. Yes, sir.
Questions from members of the board? Okay. Are there any members of the audience who have questions of this witness or these witnesses?
They're all family members.
My guess is not. Mr. Tremblay, you want to call your next witness?
Sure. Paul Sionas, please.
Thank you.
Good job.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in a matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Paul Sionas. My address is 8 Hillside Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Mr. Chair, the board's well familiar with Mr. Sionas. We're offering him tonight as an expert in the field of architecture. You accept his qualifications, I'm sure. Thank you. All right, Paul, you prepared the architectural plans for the new two-family house proposed to be constructed on the corner, correct?
Correct.
Okay, would you review those plans
Sure.
for the
I'll
board?
continue with PowerPoint, which was Exhibit A1, starting with Slide 8. So as we've heard, the proposal is to subdivide the 1.65 acre Lot 7, which is improved with the building known as Hillside Square. The subdivision would reestablish the lot at the southwest corner of Hillside Avenue and Orange Road that existed prior to 1955, as you've heard. And a new two-family dwelling would be constructed on this corner lot, which will become Lot 7.02. And the new dwelling will be about 53 feet from the eastern edge of the building known as Hillside Square. Slide 9 is basically a composite drawing that was put together by the survey firm, Lakeland Surveying, also ACS, Paul Anderson Civil Engineering Firm, and our firm. We drew the outline of the original house from 1955 in red. So you could see the original outline in red. And then we drew the proposed new two-family house in blue on the same drawing. The proposed house is smaller and narrower than the original. And also, on this slide, you could see that this proposed lot 7.02 is wider than the four others directly to the south along Orange Road. On the other hand, it's also shallower because of the angle of Orange Road. So it's not as deep due to the way the front property lines along Orange Road are shaped. Next slide, please. So this slide contains 3 rendered views of the proposed dwelling. The directive we were given by Mr. Silver was to design a new two-family house on this corner lot, but make it look like a one-family house. So on the top left view, you can see that the entry to the front unit faces Orange Road, but in the bottom left drawing, you could see that the entry to the rear unit faces to the west. It faces towards the Hillside Square building. The architecture has been designed to complement the houses directly to the south along Orange Road and include items like the open front porches, the open roofed front porches, at each entry, similar roof shapes to the other buildings on Orange Road, plus large windows. The main roof gable, in other words, the triangular shape of that roof at the front of the house, faces Orange Road like most of the houses nearby. We reviewed these exterior elevations with the Historic Commission a few weeks ago, and they were very complimentary about the elevations of this proposed building. Next slide, please. So this slide number 11, even though this is in the R1 zone, the lot, as Mr. Silver stated, the lot's surrounded by multiple uses. And you can see in that top left image, Hillside School Elementary School is on the right side, just across Hillside Avenue to the north, and it's visible to the right of our proposed house in that top left rendering. In the top right rendering, you could see Hillside Square. The Hillside Square building is visible immediately to the right or to the west of the proposed two-family dwelling. And then in the bottom left image, in this view, looking down Hillside Avenue towards Orange Road, you can see the Cranetown Apartments. Those are the garden apartments at the corner of Orange Road and Hillside Avenue, where Hillside turns into Church Street. So the garden apartments, the Cranetown garden apartments are directly to the east of our subject property. Plus, you can see Hillside Square building on the right of this image, the bottom left, number 3. Next slide, Paul. So this slide contains both the Orange Road elevation on the top left and the Hillside Avenue elevation on the bottom right. These are the main views that passerbys will see. So again, the top left is what you see from Orange Road. The bottom right is what you see from Hillside Avenue. As I mentioned already, the exteriors were designed to complement and fit into the neighborhood. As Mr. Silver alluded, we even included things like decorative gable braces, which are these braces within the gable ends of the roof, both in the front and on those dormers, basically copying that from the image we found, that historic photograph. Based on the 1955 survey map and that 1934 Sanborn map that have been passed around, we observed that the house that was once here had a prominent bay window facing Hillside Avenue. So we included that in this design. So there's a box bay on that Hillside Avenue elevation at the bottom that it's reminiscent of the bay that was there in the 1955 survey. Next slide, please. So this is the top left is the west elevation, and this is the view that would be seen from the Hillside Square building. The bottom right, which is the south elevation, this is the facade closest to the neighboring house directly to the south along Orange Road, and that property is owned by Mr. Silver, the neighboring property to the south. The materials that would be used in the construction of this will be high quality. They'll include painted cedar clapboard and wood shingles, along with painted corner boards for additional interest. The windows will either be painted wood windows or clad wood windows with simulated divided lights or muntins or grids, which is what they're commonly referred to as. Since one entry is on the east side of the building and the other is on the west side, passerbys will never see the two front doors at the same time. Again, we thought this was important for it to look like a single-family house. Next slide. This slide shows the first floor plan on the right and the basement plan on the left. One dwelling unit will be in the front or the eastern half of the building, and the other will be in the rear or the western half of the building. There will be roofed entry porches to both of those units. Each of the tenants will open the front door, walk into a foyer, then into an open kitchen, dining, living area. This is modern living the way most people currently want floor plans to be. Off to the side will be a powder room, a pantry, plus a good-sized mud room. There will be full unfinished basements with room for storage and utilities. There'll be both interior and exterior stairs leading to the basement. The exterior stairs will be Bilco-type stairs, which are basically covered stairs, but make it easy to get to the basement directly from the outside. Next slide, please. The second floor plan is on the left side of this slide, and the attic floor plan is on the right side. So each of the second floors, both the front unit and the rear unit, will contain 2 bedrooms and 2 full bathrooms. In the upper attic floor, there's 1 additional bedroom plus a study or home office, along with 1 full bathroom. Each of these dwelling units will be approximately 2,307 square feet of area, in addition to the basement, which will have another 847 square feet of unfinished space. So these are good-sized 3-bedroom units, attractive, as Mr. Silver said, both to people looking to move to Montclair or people looking to downsize. Next slide, please. This slide was prepared by our civil engineer, Paul Anderson of ACS. So Paul will discuss the site plan in detail, and then George Williams, our planner, will discuss the zoning in detail. But as you can see from this site plan, there'll be 1 new driveway that's proposed off of Hillside Avenue on the westerly side of this proposed lot. The drive will lead to 4 tandem parking stalls on the south side of that driveway, which will provide 2 parking spaces for each of the dwelling units. The plan also shows a backup space at the northeast side of the driveway, so cars will not have to back out onto Hillside Avenue. Also shown are 2 12-foot by 12-foot masonry patios. There'll be 1 for each of these dwelling units. The yards that face Hillside Avenue will be fenced in with a 4-foot-high decorative aluminum fence. And the other note on Mr. Anderson's drawing is that there'll be new bluestone paths leading to each front entry, to the front doors, 1 from the sidewalk along Orange Road and 1 from the rear parking area. Next slide, please. Slide 17 is the landscape and lighting plan. So as it states on the drawing and on this slide, the landscape plan was designed to provide year-round interest, so things aren't just blooming in May or June, that something's happening all year round. And we're also only using plants that are native to New Jersey. Mr. Anderson will describe in his testimony how he's proposed 2 rain gardens in the front yard to collect stormwater. And we're proposing plantings in the rain gardens, which have been suggested by the New Jersey Native Plant Society, has a set of guidelines for rain garden planting. So we followed those guidelines. Not shown on these plans is a proposed 3-foot wide gate in the fence that I mentioned. So there's been discussion that isn't it pretty far for people to park in the back and come around to that front entrance? It's really not that far, but we're proposing to have a 3-foot wide gate where the existing, next to one of those existing large shade trees is, so that people will have a shorter distance to go from their car to the front dwelling. We're proposing 2 new trash and recycling enclosures, 1 for each of the units. They'll be 66 inches wide, 38 inches deep, 53 inches high. They'll have solid walls, they'll have a roof, they'll also have concrete pads, and they'll be to the rear of the building, just adjacent to the parking area. In the planning department memo, it suggested that maybe we should have evergreen plantings installed around 3 sides of these sheds. I agree with that. We'll add those shrubs to the drawings. We'll probably add inkberry shrubs, which are native evergreens that would help to screen the view of those trash enclosures. There'll be exterior light fixtures. The light fixtures will either be wall-mounted or ceiling-mounted under the roof porches. There's a wall-mounted light fixture at the rear of the building, and we have a foot candle spread on this particular drawing. And I think in one of the memos it suggested that we adjust the light fixture so that the lighting doesn't spill over onto the adjoining property. The adjoining property is Hillside Square and Mr. Silver's house at 62 Orange. So we would work to adjust the light fixture location so that light doesn't spill over and it complies with the township requirements for foot candles within a parking area. There's an existing wood fence all the way along the south side of this subject property. It's right along the common lot line between this and 62 Orange Road, and it will screen the view of the parked cars from the property to the south, which is Mr. Silver's property. And then finally, the applicant specifically asked that we not surround the two patios with tall landscaping. He prefers to have the yards feel open so that people walking or driving by could see the openness, and we talked about the open space. So we're not doing tall shrubbery around the patios. So Mr. Silver specifically asked that we make these yards feel open and not enclosed. So that concludes my testimony. Our next witness will be Mr. Anderson.
Before, just quickly, Paul, just a couple of comments in the Boswell report I just would like you to address. First of all, there's not going to be any signage
No,
on this
no
building
signage,
except for perhaps
except for a street number. on
street
the-
number. Okay. I think an earlier version of the landscaping plan contemplated some plantings that would extend into the right-of-way, Hillside Avenue.
That's correct.
Have the plans been revised so that there are no longer any plantings in the right-of-way?
Correct. The fence that I mentioned, the aluminum fence, has been moved further back, about approximately 3 feet back from that Hillside Avenue property line, so that the plantings will be between the fence and the northerly lot line.
Okay. I think that's all I have,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Nothing further.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Paul. So I'm looking at I guess, page 17, which is this one on here, up on the screen already.
Yes.
So in terms of the scope of this new construction in comparison to what you describe as Mr. Silver's house to the south.
South, right.
Will this new building, I mean, from your perspective, feel like it's pretty substantial going into that space?
It will be wider than Mr. Silver's house next door. As I stated, the lot width is wider than Mr. Silver's lot to the south. This is a 75-foot wide lot. The lot to the south, according to this slide, shows approximately 37 feet for the lot width of the property next door. So it will be a wider building than the house next door, yes.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, a lot of the properties in on Orange Road have more of a subtle kind of appearance. And part of that, I think, is probably due to the kind of vegetation that's grown around those properties. Do you see that as being a similar kind of goal around this construction in order to perhaps make it not quite as pronounced? Because it clearly is larger than the house next door.
It is. We've tried to design ins and outs to the facade so it doesn't look like a big monotonous mass of a facade. So, Paul, could you go back to slide 10? That's fine. Yeah, so in that top left image, you can see that there's some ins and outs there, so it's just not one flat facade. And we think that helps to not make it look too much larger than the house next door.
And your sense is that it will not overwhelm this corner? Meaning, right now, of course, it's a wide open space, so that's what people are accustomed to in that location. And of course, people are also aware of the fact that because of Hillside School, it's a heavy trafficked area at particular points in time. But it's set back far enough from Hillside Avenue.
And Orange Road.
But particularly the Hillside Avenue
Yes.
is what I'm really focusing on at this moment. That it's far enough away that it won't feel like it's
right.
so close to
Correct.
Hillside School that
Right.
the area will feel compressed.
You're saying what I should be saying. It's set back enough. It was interesting that Mr. Silver specifically asked that we don't enclose those patios because he wants it to feel open. I think you could see from the bottom left view, it's not really imposing on the lot, especially when you see it in proximity to Hillside Square or the Cranetown Apartments across the street, or even Hillside School across the street. In my opinion, it fits in. It's just that Mr. Silver's house next door is narrower.
Yeah, my question wasn't intended to be a leading question.
No,
but,
it's good.
But,
Good question. I know. John.
So, I guess I'm also, I'm just kind of wondering, again, from an architectural perspective, as you sort of looked at this project. The original house, what was the exterior material of the original house? Do you?
We don't know. All we have is
from the photo.
We only have the survey map and the Sanborn map, so we only know what the footprint was of the original house.
No, but in terms of the photo, can you tell, was it a stucco, was it stone, was it what, was it wood?
We don't.
Do you have any sense?
No, we don't have a photo of that. We checked at the Montclair.
Oh, I see this, so
Yeah.
what Mr. Silva showed us was,
Oh, he showed what's, where the,
it was a historical,
is
I mean,
now.
it was a what?
where the preschool is now. Montclair,
Oh, okay. So that wasn't,
we go back to.
an image of the original house.
Slide 6.
Just past it.
Keep going, yeah.
Yeah, so
that
this
was-
is a historic photo, but that house in the front is approximately where the Montclair pre-K is.
Okay, so
and
that's
then-
not on this property that we're looking at?
No, and then directly in front of that is Orange Road, running
Mhm.
from right to left. And then what's interesting, diagonally above this house is the original St. Luke's Church.
Okay.
So St. Luke's was located there before they
Right.
built the,
I remember that, yes.
yeah, before they moved.
So, I mean, looking at that photo, do you have any sense of what that material was, that building?
Oh, my guess is it was wood clapboard.
Wood clapboard,
siding,
okay.
yes.
So I'm wondering, again, from an architectural point of view, when you were sort of looking at this project and wanting to honor what Mr. Silva was also alluding to, which was maintaining sort of the historical character, et cetera, you have sort of the contrast between the structure of the church, which was Weymouth granite or whatever it was called.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what Mr. Silva's house is, the material that's used for that. How did you sort of look at that in terms of blending the two different perspectives architecturally, I mean, in terms of the materials, to arrive at the image that we have before us this
Right.
evening?
So Mr. Silver's house directly to the south is primarily wood shingle siding. So this proposed house, Paul, can you? That one. Or actually go two more. That one, yeah. So this proposed house has a combination of the horizontal wood siding and the wood shingles that are next door. So as I said, I'm assuming, and I feel I'm 90% correct, that house we see in that historic photo had wood siding, probably horizontal clapboard. So therefore, we're using the horizontal clapboard, but we're also in the gable end, which is the triangular top, we're using the wood shingles, and also in the bay projection on the left side of the Orange Road elevation, we're also using the wood shingles. It's a real nice combination, and I think it'll make a transition from Mr. Silver's house to this. We
Into
can't-
the church, I mean,
Yeah,
into the.
yeah, as far as the church
Hillside
goes, we
Square.
can't, we're not matching that.
No, I know, I'm not asking for
No,
that.
I know,
but,
but,
I'm, you know, it
be nice.
is a question about how do you, I mean, you
But
sort
that-
of, when you stand back and look at that corner,
Yes.
you know, how do you, the best that you can, sort of assure that this new construction doesn't look like an oddity, something that's just plopped into this space.
Right.
And it has no correlation to the sweep of houses going on Orange Road, into Hillside Square, and to into the other apartment building going up Hillside Avenue, and of course, the school across the street.
Right.
It's,
No.
I would imagine it's a challenge, because there are so many different things that are going on there architecturally.
I think it's a good bookend to Orange Road. It's a good corner piece to those other 4 properties on Orange Road. As I said, the materials and the shape of the roof are a nice transition to those other houses. As Mr. Chimrak is pointing to me, the Historic Commission in their memo said that, the proposed dwelling is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, reflects the neighborhood's historic residential ambiance. We're demonstrating good housing topology, and it's a good example of responsible development. I think it fits in nicely. I don't think it's too big because of the ins and outs. I think using the different materials helps a lot. Having those roofed porches is a nice touch. And then, again, that historic image of that house that was on Orange Road had what we're calling gable ties, which are braces that hold the triangular part of the roof together. They're both decorative, and they were originally functional, but we're doing them to be decorative. So this is recalling, the architecture that was here probably 100 years ago.
Good.
And again, large windows, the proper grids in the windows, grids or muntins.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
What was the rationale for having, or for not having the doors facing Hillside?
Well, as I said, the goal was to have one entrance facing Orange Road and one entrance facing the opposite, so it would never look like a two-family house. So no one would see 2 entries.
Okay. What's the address of the new lot? Is that going back to 60 Orange?
We haven't talked to the tax assessor, but we are calling it 60 Orange. That was the original address.
So how will the back unit be? Would be A and B?
Probably. We haven't gotten that far.
So my concern is, my concern is with Unit 1. And just in general, the town, there's a lot of back door, front doors popping up lately, and never really address how the mail and just the entranceway is going to be addressed. And I don't think there's any rules for guidance. Because right now, that back unit, there's no walkway, so you're essentially walking up the driveway to get to the door for the Unit 1. In addition, Unit 1 has no scenery. You're facing the driveway, you're facing the refuse container. So I feel like Unit 1 is being cheated in terms of its exterior view. Inside, the mirror image, fine, no issues with the plan overall. I just feel like Unit 1 is being cheated because they're essentially walking up the driveway with no yard space, and potentially, I'm thinking from, if I'm looking for in a particular house address, I'm always going to go to the Orange Road side. You're not even going to know about the existence of the door in the back.
Right.
And I could just see confusion between residents, deliveries, mail carriers. I think it's a problem. So that's my concern with having no visibility to that back door, when, if any options were considered to have, other than the fact that you didn't want to have the double door look for a 2-family, which I could completely appreciate, I think it's going to be a problem.
I think that's a good point that you're making, and it's the same reason in the last few days why the suggestion was made to put a gate along that fence. Thinking about people parking in these parking spaces, again, it's not that far, but people may not want to walk all the way around to the front to get to that front sidewalk. Maybe, we could discuss it with our client. Maybe there's a gate and a walkway along Hillside Avenue to get to that rear entry, so they don't walk on the driveway. That could solve that.
Yeah, but I think that it's a large issue in terms of, like, the mail and, deliveries. That's, beyond just this design, just in general, something to be discussed with planning or. Okay. And for the patios on the side, I know you want to keep it open, but there's no concern for a lack of privacy, since that's basically going to be the only open space or play yard for either unit. I know you said you wanted to keep low bushes, but I feel like that's almost too much exposure, especially with how busy that corner will be.
Right, as I said, the applicant asked us to keep, yeah, please, Bob.
Sure.
So if we could go back to this license.
Mr. Silver, if you could come up and speak to a microphone.
I'm here, Paul, I'm here. 17, yep. So I think it is visually screened. We just didn't want 10-foot hedgerows. The fence line will all have landscaping, so there is low shrubbery that does provide somewhat of privacy. But I really, to Mr. McCullough's point, I wanted to keep that corner open. So I think there's enough privacy for the people that are in their backyards, but also solves my openness issue.
Okay. You guys say something? Sure.
Sure.
I think you're asking about play space, right? So there will be 2 fenced-in yards for each unit. So each unit will have an access, so a private backyard that's fenced in to let kids play and dogs out. It won't just be the front porch where you're going to have open space, but each unit will have their own fenced-in little yard there.
On the side, on the patio.
Side? Where is
On the north side.
Can you point it out on the screen?
So, how about this? That'll be one. This is the property line, and then this is the other.
Yeah, I mean, I was referring, like, in terms of looking, if I'm looking out the front door from unit 1, you're looking at a parking lot. If from unit 2, then you have the sculptures and the rain garden. It's a lot nicer. I mean, it's going to be up for the tenant to deal with it, but it just seems like that first unit is being cheated.
I hear you.
Yeah.
We really wanted this house to read as a one-family.
Yeah, understood.
And that's why we put it there. The back unit, let's call it the west unit, yes, it's facing the driveway, but it will
Bob, you
also
wanna-
from that porch. Sorry.
Speak loud.
From the porch, it will have the view of the sculpture garden, because the sculpture garden's right above that.
Okay.
And then, yes, the front unit does have a much bigger front yard, just by design.
And there was no design with an entrance on Hillside that would have accomplished that single-family look? Was it considered?
We hadn't thought about that. That's really an aesthetic issue for the tenants. Our design was to have a front and back door as a single-family house would. Was what we asked Sionas to design for us. I'm not opposed to putting a door on the hillside. Might be more attractive, and coming off that yard. Hadn't thought about it, frankly, Mr. Simon.
Okay.
And I have no problem, we'd have to work with the town. I'd have no problem calling that 6 Hillside, the back unit, and 60 Orange on the front unit. That's really above our pay grade.
And, I'm sorry, and what about a walkway?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
So,
Okay.
so this way the mail person doesn't get confused, as you said, or have to walk up the driveway, even though they walk up most driveways.
And we already have on that side, that's where whatever that number is, would be on that side on Hillside.
Yes, okay. And in terms of the impervious coverage on what would still be the church building, there's no additional remediation being, actually, you know what, never mind. never mind. Yeah.
Can we let the civil
Yeah.
engineer address
Yeah.
that? Yep.
Okay, no other questions?
Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
Just a couple. So the front east unit, when they want to go to the parking, they're going to come out, walk down to Orange Road, go around on the sidewalk up that way into the parking
We've
area?
changed that, and
Something to the left?
we're putting a gate in their yard right there.
Oh.
So they come down the driveway, that sidewalk, and then they go up that side steps on that porch right there.
Nice. Let's talk about the parking. Are they going to be like labeled, the parking spots?
So the left side will be the east unit, and the right side will be the west unit. They're tandem two for either side, just like a normal single family. Two cars will park on the east, and 2 cars will park on the west.
That wall from the church, that's not going to be any obstacle as the car comes out that side?
No, that's pretty far away. You mean the wall from Hillside Square? That's far away.
Okay. Do we think that people are going to just back out of that, or do you think they'll do that turn in that area?
I don't know who my new tenants will be. I hope they do make that K-turn and go out forward. Then that was the design that we asked Mr. Anderson to do, so that for safety reasons.
Some schools in the town close roads during school? Does Hillside do that? Is that road closed during the school?
They do not, and there's a bus drop-off at 9 a.m. on the north side of Hillside for buses only. There's no drop-off for parents on that side. And then again at 2:30, the buses come for pickup.
Okay. And Paul, I'm going to give you a sweet ball to hit. Snow. What are we going to do with cars there?
We've discussed if there's a certain amount of snow, it will be carted away from the site.
And it's our same snow removal company that does 8 Hillside and 62 Orange. I think the snow removal here will be better than any single-family house in Montclair.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
I think that the space, can you hear me? Okay. I think that the space now is a breath of almost like fresh air to that area because there's 2 schools there. So that open space where you have the sculpture garden, I think it's a welcome site. I don't have any, just looking at the plans, I do think the scale is a little large because that space has been open for a while. That's my only comment is, I think constructing something there will be I just think it would be taking away that green space, which I think is nice. I think the green space is nicer. But I also understand your point that there is green space on the other side. And my other comment is that there was a home there, but that was many, many, many years ago. And does that mean that a home needs to be there in that space now with such a busy intersection? And that's my only comment.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I had the same concern that my colleague, Mr. Simon, but I thought that if I were to live there, I would rather choose Unit 1, the one closest to the parking lot. I think the trade-off of the Unit 2 of having a nicer view, the trade-off of the other unit is to be closer to the parking lot. So my question really is the front unit along Orange Road. How would you take the garbage out, really? You know, it's basically just walking around. Do we plan to have a walkway along the south side of the property, or just along Hillside?
Yeah, I think it would be very difficult to have a walkway, on that south side between the two properties. And, there's trade-offs, right? He's got the nice big front yard, yet he's got to have a little schlep from the driveway and taking his garbage out on the side. I think a lot of people have housing that, have a lot bigger problems than that. So I don't think it'll be a big problem. And I think both will be leased very quickly because of the need in town.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the thoughtfulness of doing it, basically proposing a two-family unit rather than a single family because of the need of the in the housing market. And and then the question for Paul, I guess, is the HVAC condensing units. Where is that planned to be?
They're shown on the site plan. Not on that one.
You lost it? Page 17.
Or 16. A little fuzzy, but on slide 16, you can see on Mr. Anderson's site plan, there's 4 condensing units on the south side of the building, and also on the southwest of the building. Do you see those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sionas, I'm not sure where to draw the line between what you and Mr. Anderson are going to testify to, so tell me when it's appropriate for Mr. Anderson, but I suspect the reverse is going to happen, and I'll ask him some questions. But normally I'd be asking you about landscaping. Should I do that or wait for?
You could ask me about the landscaping.
Okay. Leading up to that, so the tenant in the front space, they're going to walk from the parking lot down the sidewalk on Hillside Avenue, get to the gate, and then that's a lawn area they're going to cross, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in the winter, there's going to be snow at some times on that area.
Yeah. So we, as Mr. Silver just stated, we could add a walkway there.
And then, okay, because that also does when it's raining and
Yes.
it's muddy, because and then the what are there are 3, what I'm assuming are shrubs planted adjacent to that. I'm trying to sense their size when they're mature versus obstructing that walkway.
Right, those shrubs were placed there prior to the discussion of the gate, so those are viburnum that would get, that they could grow as tall as 6 feet. And we would relocate them from where they're shown on this landscape plan. So those were the arrowwood viburnum. So those would be relocated in order to put the walkway and gate there.
So eventually, those are growing to 10 feet, and
That's right.
so, and
So it's not a good place to plant them if there's to be a walkway and a gate. The original thought was to anchor that corner, but we will relocate those.
And then, in terms of your, and then you have going along and, you know, Hillside Avenue, and this may be my eyes, or you have it's listed as 11 MP, but then I'm not finding that on the chart. I don't know if that's supposed to be the NB, or...
I don't see those on the chart, but this unfortunately changed when we moved the fence back 3 feet from the property line.
And then east of that, you're proposing switchgrass, which I'm trying to get a sense of what screening, and you know, we're discussing using those yards as effectively backyards.
Right.
And given the population in the area, the pedestrian population in the area, I'm not getting a sense of providing a lot of screening, but partially that's not knowing what the MP is.
Right. No.
What did you put along here? Remember?
It's not on here.
We don't have it.
Yeah, it's not on here.
Okay,
It got
you know,
changed.
you know, given the purpose of the area behind it, I know if, you know, if someone's going to be comfortable sitting out there on lounging, or they're going to feel the world is watching them.
Right.
Okay, the rain garden, just, this is more of an editorial comment than a question. When this was originally before us, the proposal was to have a garden at the corner. That didn't work out, and I guess my question is the rain garden going to work out? No question about its stormwater functioning, but, you know,
Mr. Chairman, can we have Paul Anderson address the rain garden and the purpose and why we put those?
I absolutely understand the purpose. I have no question with it functioning fine. I'm just wondering about school children walking by and seeing the pretty flowers and deciding, ooh, why don't I go pick some?
I respect that. However, I will tell you that all of our neighbors have been very respectful with the sculpture garden, and there's been no litter or any of that issue.
Okay, well, let me ask, why didn't you go ahead with the garden you were going to do on that property when you came in with the approval then?
So, because the board said they didn't want it.
I don't think that's what we said. I think that was subsequent to us.
We had proposed a butterfly garden.
Right.
And because of public statements, and it was considered an attractive nuisance, we...
Oh, yeah, and I didn't understand that, but the question is, does the same issue come up with this?
It will be a private residence. I don't think people were going to go in
And that
there.
may be the difference.
I think that's right. I mean, this was kind of a park-like setting, and this is a private residence. I don't think people are going to disrupt a private residence. And we have a good landscaper.
And also, just to go back a few minutes, I see what the MP is on the plant schedule. The MP stands for mixed perennials. So it's a mixture of perennials to be planted between the fence and the property line based on sun and shade requirements and maximum growing heights. So the applicant will work with his landscaper to install a mixture of perennials between the fence and the property line, and that
Okay,
was the intention.
But that's not going to then provide screening.
No, it's not meant to provide screening, it's to provide interest.
Person who has mixed perennials in his front yard along the curb, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm not, other hand, I have other screening to provide privacy. I'm not dictating, I think maybe if you really, are expecting the residents to use that yard, each of their respective yards, for what I'll call normal backyard.
I think that's really good feedback.
Oh, okay. The engineer had a comment on the number of trees being removed, and I'm going to do it a little differently. Are all the trees that exist on the lot now going to be removed?
No.
Okay. What tree or trees are going to remain?
There's two, as you can see on this slide, there are two large circles. Those trees were planted when we did the development in 2012. So those will remain, those existing trees.
The two along Hillside?
Along Hillside Avenue, those are two large, I think they're October Glory maples, if I recall. They're doing well, and there's a row of them along Hillside Avenue, both in front of this proposed subdivided lot and also partially in front of Hillside Square. There were Nellie Stevens hollies that were planted in 2012 along the southerly property line. Those did not do well, and the ones that are there are proposed to be removed.
So it's just the two on Hillside, the two
Hillside.
maples on Hillside?
Correct.
Okay. It's trying to separate what's better for you. Okay, so number 25 discussed the proximity of the trash enclosure to the porch of the western unit and suggested it be moved. Have you looked at that at all?
Our suggestion this evening was to plant around it with evergreen plantings rather than move them.
Okay, and that's where you're proposing the inkberry?
Inkberries would be appropriate.
And Mr. Silver, I'm assuming you're responsible for the parking lot maintenance, not just the
Yeah,
the
that's
snow
for
removal?
landscaping and driveway maintenance, yes, sir.
Okay, there's, comment 32 is that the lighting along the southern property line exceeds the minimum.
Yes, and that's where I testified earlier that we would adjust the location of the wall-mounted light fixture to slide the light level away from that southern property line. It's also
So you wouldn't have a problem with the condition requiring you?
Not at all. There's also a 6-foot-high wood fence there that cuts off the light at the property line from 6 feet high and below.
It's light doesn't just go down. And I'm assuming your calculation of the 0.5-foot candles is accurate as to what will be at some
Yes.
point on the
Yes.
neighbor's property. Okay, I have no further questions. Any other questions, Mr. McCulloch?
Yeah, just to turn attention to some of the design features, Paul. You have a future bathroom in the basement. Why have you designated it in that manner?
Yeah, you want to answer?
So,
Mr. Silva will answer.
Okay.
we just thought we would plumb it in case someone ever decided to finish the basement now.
Okay, so you're not intending, as part of the design, to actually have a bathroom there? It's just that if a future tenant decides...
If we receive approvals, we're not finishing that basement.
Right, I understand.
For the renters.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do a full-height basement, we thought it was important to plumb it now.
And then, what's the concept behind having mudrooms?
You have this big open space, and we thought it was really important to have a private area that you can hang coats. If you have kids, it becomes a little homework room, or it's really a multi-purpose room to have some privacy on that first floor.
Okay. I mean, one of the reasons why I was sort of curious about this, because in terms of the description that you gave of this project, you talked about people who were looking to move, let's say, from further up on the mountain, and were looking to downsize, which would suggest a more mature community of people that would be in these units.
True.
And so mudroom doesn't communicate that to me, so that's...
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, I designed it for me and Rhonda. And when you come in the house, you kind of do need a place to go and drop your shoes and your coat and your boots and your groceries. Okay. The pantry's right there, rather than having that clutter in one big open room, so.
Okay, all right. And then, again, along the same line of this building, most likely accommodating an older community, how do you foresee the residents going up 3 flights?
Again, we did not design an elevator in this, and so if there's mobility issues, that would be an issue.
So there are no ADA features?
There are no ADA features in this residential property.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay. Are there any members of the public who have questions for Mr. Sionas? Okay, Mr. Tremblack, you want to call?
Before, while Mr. Silver's here, just wanted to cover one thing in the Boswell report, since we had it and he's here. The Boswell report mentions in paragraph 22, or comment 22, talks about a fence that they thought was encroaching. Do you know the fence they're talking about?
I do.
And whose fence is that?
It's our fence. We installed the fence when we did the 8 Hillside Square project. It runs east to west on the south side of this property. It's on our property, not on 62 Orange, and we purposely set it off the property line so there'd be no issue with the neighbor. And we did the same thing with the fence running north to south on the east side of 8 Hillside.
Okay. So there is no encroachment of that fence?
There's no encroachment on the neighbors.
Right.
It's on our property, and will remain on our property on the subdivided lot.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay. Okay, Paul Anderson, please.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Paul W. Anderson, 40 Miller Drive, Boonton Township, New Jersey.
Paul, I'm not sure when you were before this board last. Why don't you just briefly discuss your educational background and your qualifications as a professional engineer?
So I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Clarkson University, 1983. Licensed as a professional engineer in 1988, and my license is in good standing principal with Anderson Consulting Services. We prepared the site plans for this application. I've been before this board and accepted as an expert in the past, as well as many other boards in the state.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Paul, why don't you just start perhaps by reviewing the subdivision plan?
I will.
Or did you want to start somewhere else?
No, I'm going to try not to go over some of our overlapping testimony. I'll save some of the board's time a little bit.
I'd like you just to review the details of the subdivision plan, and as you do that, if you could identify the two
Sure.
variances that would be triggered by this proposed subdivision.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we were asked to create a subdivision plan for this property. And if you look at this, what is SP2, our subdivision drawing, on the upper side of the drawing is the before subdivision map. And you can see the rear line of the adjacent lots coming here. And what we did to create the subdivision is just extend that rear property line until it intersected the sideline of Hillside. We believe that is approximately the old lot layout that was there previously. That creates a lot that's 8,654 square feet. And as you can see on the slide here, that it is substantially larger than the other lots. It's 75 feet wide, where the others are 30-some feet wide. And it has more area than those lots. But it also has two front yards, which we respect with our lot development. Now, in terms of the variances created on that lot with the subdivision, that lot is the lot depth. Lot depth is measured, is based on the average of the lots on either side. We only have one, but that is 133.72 feet. And the lot depth, based on the way we've created this lot, is 117.95. So that creates the one bulk variance on the new lot. On what I'll call the parent lot, currently lot 7, which would be 7.01 after subdivision, we have a variance that's created for increase in impervious coverage percentage. Now, this is not because of additional impervious and coverage. It's only because we've reduced the lot area. We have no proposed construction on the parent lot. With the original approval back in 2011-12, it had a substantial detention system that was approved and installed for it that takes the drainage from all of the impervious areas and met the standard at that time. So by changing the percentage, we do not change the drainage condition. The drainage stays the same. It's still controlled on that parent lot. And what we are developing is the new lot, the residential lot with the two-family home, and that will have its own standard drainage system. So those are the two variances that are created, as was mentioned in the previous testimony. The second one is somewhat of a technical variance. It doesn't really, it's not something physically constructed. Mm-hmm. It takes us from a current 57.3% impervious coverage to 65.1, where 55% is permitted. Paul, could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So, as was mentioned, this is the subject lot with a two-family house. I'd like to point out that two-family house meets all the setback requirements, all the bulk requirements of the zone. It has meets a 25-foot front yard on both Hillside and on Orange. It meets the side yard setback on to the adjoining property on Orange. It also meets the rear yard setback across to the Hillside Square property. So it is totally conforming in its size. We do have the 20-foot wide driveway that enters on Hillside. It'll have a new driveway apron and sidewalk in that area. We do have the four spaces, two tandems, as was indicated, allocated to one group to each apartment. And we do have a turnaround here, which will enable people to come and back out and back into that and turn around and leave forward. So that is the overall site plan. You've talked some great detail about the front spaces and how Paul will deal with how that was landscaped. in any other responses, but what was also talked about in creating a sidewalk through this location and also in this location to get to the front door. The first one to create more of a sense of identity for this lot being maybe 6 Hillside. If you have a gate walking to the front door past their patio. And the second one just being more of a shortcut so that you don't have to carry your trash out as far, you don't have to walk as far from your car to get into your house, and you can get to your front door and into the dwelling. So those are 2 very good suggestions that I think we would be very welcome to add to our plan. Could I have the next slide, please? All right, so this is the grading utility plan and set sheet 4. It's relatively straightforward. We have a new home, we have underground sewer, water, electric, gas, all going underground to the building. The only thing that is really of any significance is the stormwater. This is classified by Montclair standards as a minor stormwater project. And we have designed a stormwater system that meets the design standards for that. It includes taking all the stormwater from the driveway itself, as well as all the roof leaders, and discharging them into a rain garden. It's actually 2 rain gardens in the front that are interconnected. And they have the volume required to store 2 inches of rainfall over all the impervious surfaces on the property, where they would recharge it into the ground. Now, if that capacity is exceeded, we also have added a yard inlet here, which only has a grate at the upper level above the peak water surface, which is approximately 12 inches deep. And it would allow water getting deeper than 12 inches to overflow into the grate and discharge out to the storm drainage system in Hillside Avenue. So that would allow more stability. You wouldn't have something that's a rain garden that would just overflow and erode the slopes. It has some ability to control flow, even if you have one of these much larger storms, which we've been seeing more of. So that is basically it. As was mentioned before, we do have the 4 air conditioning units, condensers that are in the back, all meet the setback requirements, in this case, right next to the building. And I think that's it. Pedestrian circulation we've talked about in great detail, so no need going over that again.
All right, let me direct you to some comments in the Boswell report. First of all, there was, I guess, more or less a question about sump pumps.
Yeah.
Will there be sump pumps? And
I don't know many homes built today that don't have a sump pump in it, just for precautionary reasons. So yes, we would have a sump pump, and it could discharge out to the storm drainage system that we have crossing the front yard.
Okay. And then I'd like you to, do you have the Boswell report?
I do.
Before you? I'd like you to, I think the only items that we haven't already addressed or are not obvious conditions of approval would be items 23 through 28. If you could address those.
So 23, we have several sidewalk crossings with our utility construction. So what we call for is a removal of the sidewalk slabs entirely to the nearest joint. So that would require replacement of sidewalk slabs for each of these utility crossings. If there's any heaving sidewalks, which I didn't see any when I was out there last, we would obviously replace those also. But the work in the right-of-way would be limited to all on Hillside, where all 3 of the utility crossings as well as the driveway are located. So a good portion of the sidewalk and the curbing where we have the crossing would be replaced.
Okay. And actually, I think the following comment relates to the parking, which has really already been addressed.
And 25 has been addressed?
25 has been addressed also. What about comment 26? Is that something you can?
The distance between well, they're concerned about damaging. I think was a misunderstanding of who owns the fence. It might have been the neighbor's fence on our property. but this fence is owned by the applicant, and if there is a concern for it, we could put wheel stops in to keep people from bumping into it, but quite honestly, if the tenants run into the fence, then the landlord is going to have to replace his own fence anyway. So wheel stops generally not the best thing to have, especially for snow removal and so forth. They're difficult to work around. But if that's what the board's preference is, we can add some wheel stops.
Okay. I think Mr. Silva already addressed comment 27, that he would be responsible for maintaining the parking area.
He did.
And I guess the last item then, are you able to address paragraph 28, which, well, I think that's already been covered, how pedestrians would
Yeah, it
move around
it
the
has
site?
been.
Yeah.
Park in the parking lot
Get to
and
the
either
parking
walk
lot
all the way
into the
around,
building.
or these two alternate gates that have been discussed.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank
you. Board.
Mr. Simon?
Hi. So going back to stormwater, you said, so there'll be no changes to 701's stormwater, but I'm assuming that system was designed with the grassy area in place, correct?
The grassy area itself generates runoff. It's not meant to absorb runoff. You have an underground system that absorbs water into the ground and discharges out to the system in the street, and it takes all the impervious areas that have a high intensity of runoff. And so this area here is below, downhill from that other, it never flowed to that detention system. It's entirely separate. It would have been overland flow.
So no, I'm sorry.
No, it just would have been overland flow, not collected in. So by subdividing this off and having its own stormwater management system, this is really just collecting it just for the Hillside Square property, the parking lot and the roof and so forth.
But if that area is already downhill,
Yes.
so wouldn't by gravity some water have gone in that direction and flowed into that grassy area, which will now be paved over?
It could be, but it would be collected in the in the inlet that's in the driveway. If it does continue, say if you have a small grass area here that was not collected on the Hillside Square, similar to any property, your next door neighbor's land flows a little bit towards yours. It'll flow here, and we have an inlet in this corner. That'll pick it up, and then it'll discharge it into, through this pipe all the way down into the rain garden.
So you're confident if it, in event of a heavy storm, it'll be able to, the new system will be able to take anything that runs off?
The new system is designed per the minor stormwater standards, which is 2 inches of rainfall over all impervious areas. So we've added impervious cover on the subject property, and we've added the volume for that. And in addition to adding that volume, we've added an overflow, which is like the top of an inlet grate, kind of sticks up in the air about a foot, and the water gets up to that level, and it just dumps into the top of the inlet and goes to the storm system. So I think it's going to be very stable, but it is only designed by the standards for a 2-inch rainfall.
Okay.
Mr. Caulfield?
Could you give me the math again on the depth proposed? So the requirement is 133.72.
Yeah.
And we have 117.95. Can you just give me how that works again?
I believe the ordinance is that you take the midpoint of the lot.
Midpoint of the lot gives you the 117, okay.
Yeah, and so that's where I got the 117 for ours, and then it's supposed to be the lot to the left and lot to the right. We have no lot to the right.
Okay, so that's the 117.
Maybe I'm interpreting a little bit by only using the lot to the left. You can see, if I can go back a couple slides, Paul. Yeah, two. Yeah, that's, so you can see this orange comes this way, it comes at a diagonal. All these lots are getting narrower as you come down. So it kind of pinches there. So every lot that you go here is successively deeper.
Yeah.
So if I just use this one lot next door, it's incrementally deeper, and that's what we have here, 133 to 117.
Okay, and that's how you've put that together?
Yes.
Okay. The town does not have a storm sewer line out on Hillside, does it?
There's an inlet right that we connect.
But it's just one sewer line, right? Storm and sanitary sewer line, is that it?
Storm, it's a separate.
They have a
storm
separate
sewer.
storm?
Yeah, you don't have a combined sewer.
There's not a combined sewer, okay. And that's on Hillside, and that's where we're going to run into with our storm on that? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grant,
No question.
Mr. Church? No question. Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that question, so the overflow of the rain garden is going to be connected to the existing stormwater line? Or
Yeah, the
or is
existing
there a
storm
connect-
drainage system, correct.
Yeah, and the proposed is 12-inch reinforced concrete pipe?
Yes, I believe that's what I have, yes.
Okay, and that's just to satisfy the overflow of above 2 inches of rainfall, is that correct?
It is. It's not a requirement of the code. It's something that if it's available to do, I like to do so that we have stability. Because if you do have a severe storm with an embankment or, it can overflow and erode the front yard. So this type of system precludes that.
Okay. And the other question I had was around soil movement. I guess there were some comments on the soil erosion. So do you have any concerns on that? Because I guess just
I don't have concern with, we do need a soil erosion permit, which we will file, as one of the comments the engineer has as a standard comment. We will file that permit prior to construction. And then we follow those measures that are on the plan. I feel confident we won't have soil erosion issues. There's also other conditions that the engineer recommends about not tracking soil into the street and cleaning it up immediately, all perfectly normal conditions to put into an approval. Once this site is stabilized, it's relatively flat, and I think there'll be no stability problems for erosion.
Any concerns on the existing retaining wall from the parent lot?
No, I don't have any concerns with its location or condition.
Or the integrity of it? The integrity of if it needs to be maintained or?
Well, every property needs maintenance. So if Mr. Silver sees that his wall is leaning or the joints are cracking or something, then he'll be obligated to do that.
All right, thank you.
And he would do it probably without being obligated, so.
I have a couple of questions, just to follow up on a couple of things on the engineer's memo. The the turnaround for the cars backing up, I don't have an issue with the car that's parked furthest to the west, but the car or cars that are parked to the east, that's a very tight backing in they're going to have to do, and I'm somewhat concerned as to if the two cars, and then I'm going to do something that's going to, don't pull all the way up that are parked on the western spaces, how many maneuvers do you think it'll take before the car can turn around? I mean, I think we all agree it's better they go out frontwards.
It is.
But, is that going to be a realistic, is someone rushing off to work in the morning going to be willing to take that maneuver versus just backing straight out?
It's hard to tell what their behavior is going to be. There's always going to be somebody who's going to back out. But in terms of if you have the eastern side, they have a bigger car, they're not as experienced driver, any of those number of reasons, and they want to turn around, I think they can, it probably is two moves as opposed to one.
And then, following up on the comment on the fence, I mean, a solution to that, and you seem to have enough room, somewhat inconsistent with what I just said, why not just move the pavement back 2 feet so they're less likely to pull into the fence? I'm sure Mr. Silver doesn't want to be replacing a fence every other week. And
That is true. I think we can do that. I just was trying to avoid some of what you were just speaking of. Somebody doesn't pull all the way in, and then you have their husband or wife or whatever, pull in behind them, and they don't pull all the way in. All of a sudden, now you're in front of the sidewalk, that goes into the unit. So, so if I lose a couple feet, you could have that happen more frequently. So I tried to make it deep enough where I had a little room for error.
Right, but you have, I'm trying to judge, I didn't bring a scale, I would say 12 or so feet from where you're showing the back of the parking spaces to that turnaround area?
I don't know that it's that much. Also, there's the dumpster enclosures, or the enclosure there too.
Well, those are, the easternmost back space is directly in front of those.
Yeah, that's correct.
shown.
I think if you look at the back of space number 2, it's no more than 4 feet from the beginning of the sidewalk going into the rear unit. So I could take 2 feet away from that if you feel it's best, but I just thought it was best, my initial thought was to leave it as, a little room for error if somebody doesn't pull all the way up. They are 19-foot spaces, so, which is bigger than most cars today, but it's just a fine line I'm trying to stand on.
I think somewhere in between the two is probably better. It's just,
okay.
1 foot seems to be inviting cars running into the fences.
Okay.
Because the distance from the front wheel of the car to the front of the hood is going to be more than a foot. And
So if we moved the curb back 1 foot, then we'd have 2 feet to the fence, and that would cover most overhangs, I would think.
And, you would still not be, if they pull in correctly, they're not blocking that sidewalk, and if they don't pull in correctly, it's probably an issue anyway. If they don't pull all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing I didn't see on the plans, but I may have just missed it, is the impervious cover for the residential lot. You say it's 50%, but I didn't see how you got the 4,334 square feet, and if it's on the plans. I was looking on the sheet where that number is, and
Yeah, I don't know where I have that. I do know that we do a computation for each impervious area, whether I actually call it out. Now, in this case, I don't think I've called out each impervious area on the plan, but
Okay.
we did go through a detailed calculation all the way through with each one.
And I don't think it's going to be, I think, we're adding a little bit of impervious for the walk going to the front unit. We're going to take a little bit away if we move the driveway back a foot.
Okay.
But I just would have liked to see in the calculation to say, oh, I understand how you got to the 50%.
So we'll add a listing on the plan, just house X square feet, driveway X square feet, so forth. All right, and then a tally.
Any other questions from members of the board? Any members of the audience who have questions for this witness? Okay, Mr. Trembulak, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, my next and final witness is George Williams.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I most certainly do.
State your name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Wheatle Williams with an address of 105 Grove Street, Suite Number 3 in Montclair, New Jersey.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Williams has testified before the board previously, including an application of mine a couple of months ago. I'm offering him this evening as an expert in the field of professional planning. Your license is still in good standing?
It is.
Accept his qualifications?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and an alumni of Nishwain Elementary. So.
Okay, right. Lifelong resident of town.
Yes.
Right? All right. Mr. Williams, why don't you begin by just indicating what you reviewed and what else you may have done in preparation for testifying this evening.
And certainly, we approached this application the way we approach every land use application, and that begins with a review of the local land use documents, in this case, your master plan and land use element, the zoning ordinance, and all of that in the context of the municipal land use law. Of course, I reviewed the subdivision and site plan application before you this evening. I and my team have been to the site on several occasions. During at least one of those occasions, we took pictures of the site and surrounding area that will inform an exhibit that I'll share with you midway through my testimony. Reviewed the planning literature and case law in support of the reliefs we are seeking this evening. And last but not least, I did review your board planner's review memo as well as the Boswell memo, but I focused on the board planner's memo.
Okay. All right. Would you
Or
then...
memos, excuse me.
Okay. Would you then just provide an overview of the application and the relief that's being sought?
Sure. You've heard a considerable amount of testimony from my colleagues on this land use team, so I'll try not to be redundant and focus more on the planning issues, broad planning concepts and issues, recitation of the reliefs, the exhibit that I'll present, and then get to the statutorily required proofs. For the record, again, this is property commonly referred to as 8 Hillside Avenue and identified in your municipal tax records as Block 1302, Lot Number 7. If approved, our subdivision is approved, we will then create the second lot that's been discussed both by our civil engineer and our project architect. The site is located in your one-family zone district, the R1 district. And the overall site as it exists today, as Mr. Sionas testified, is approximately 1.65 acres. In terms of the description of the project, I won't go through that again because you've heard a fair amount of testimony from both our applicant, my client and landlord, the project architect, and the project engineer. I would just hasten to add that Mr. Sionas' design approach or schema was to capture architectural cues from the surrounding area, the historic buildings in the area, and as Mr. Silver testified, to develop this building so it presents as a single-family building in the R1 district. And of course, there's ample landscaping, and our lighting will be context-sensitive, as Mr. Sionas testified as well. In terms of the reliefs, board chairman captured them, council captured them. It's the D1 use variance because the proposed two-family home, albeit one that will look like a single family, is not among the enumerated permitted uses in the R1 district, and so we seek a D1 use variance for that. There are two what I would characterize as relatively minor deviations from the bulk and area standards, and they were discussed briefly by our project engineer, and that's the minimum lot depth and the maximum impervious surface. Some discussion or comment was made about the triggering of another variance by the subdivision, which takes a use that is quote-unquote non-conforming or granted by variance and has intensified or changed that use, even though there's no construction proposed for the parent lot. So I'll go through that as well.
And the intensification results from the reduction in the size
Correct.
of the main lot.
Correct, which is what Mr. Anderson testified to a moment ago.
Right. Okay.
Which is probably a good segue to the broader planning concepts, and I'll start with what is perhaps the less sexy aspect of our application. That's a subdivision, which is governed by Section 347-18 of the code and 347-2, which provides a definition for lot depth, and that issue came up during Mr. Anderson's testimony. And I quote, "The distance from the center point of a street line of a lot to the center of the opposite line to the rear." And so to Mr. Caulfield's or Commissioner Caulfield's question, that's how that depth is calculated. And as Mr. Anderson testified, the new lot, if we are approved, does have a diagonal line which skews the measurement, but if we apply the code appropriately, we have on the northerly side a depth of 110.18 feet, on the southerly side a depth of 125.73 feet, but at the proposed center, as you've just heard testimony, it's 117.95 feet. And I'll get into that a bit further when I discuss the proofs for the deviation. In terms of another broad planning concept, it's the need, or meeting the need for housing as articulated in their master plan in Montclair, and also picked up in a lot of the planning literature that's very contemporary, talking about the need for this type of development and the need for municipalities to think a little bit differently about where two families may be permitted. I heard Mr. Silver briefly mention the missing middle, often also referred to as gentle density, and that's a suggestion that this type of development meets a significant need for this kind of housing and bridges the gap between large single lots for single families and more intense housing development. And it's the intent of this application to kind of satisfy that missing middle. Also, a unique land development pattern in this area was discerned as we conducted our site visit, and I know you all know this area as well as I do. We testified that there was historically a similarly sized building on the property, and so we contemplate this or characterize this as replacement infill development. You heard testimony that that historic building was roughly the same size as what's being proposed in this application. More importantly, as you look at the surrounding area, it's not a homogeneous R1 zone district. There are a mix of housing typologies in the immediate vicinity. We did not do an exhaustive inventory, but when I share my exhibit, you'll get a sense, or you'll be reminded of the type of housing in the immediate vicinity, which gives credence to the proposed two-family home at this very unique site in Montclair. Again, kudos to the Sionas team for their design approach. They truly were trying to design a two-family that would present as single-family and therefore fit seamlessly into the R1 district. In terms of the impact on the neighborhood, I would submit that generally speaking, from a planning perspective, the impact would be positive. Capping off the streetscape along Orange and Hillside, returning it to the kind of development pattern that historically existed, and as you'll see in my exhibit, really complementing the scale and massing of the housing or buildings in this area. So based upon my analysis of the application and the local land use documents, I submit that there are sufficient proofs in support of the release that we are seeking this evening. With that, I'd like to turn to our exhibit. I believe it's part of it's up already.
There it is.
A1. This image is really, this portion of our exhibit is really just to do kind of a walkabout to refresh your memories and give context to the remainder of my testimony. I'm going to take a peek at mine because I can't see that far. Slide 2 is just an aerial photograph identifying our site with the bold yellow borders And immediately you can see it is a irregularly shaped lot, or flag lot, as I think one of our former witnesses testified. You can see where the site label is located is roughly where the Hillside Square building is located, and if the subdivision is granted, we would be the small pole portion of the flag lot. Next slide, please. Slide number 3, similar aerial image. This time, the site is also identified with the bold yellow border, but we've overlaid the zoning districts just to lay the foundation for what is in your board planner's report and what's been testified to thus far, that the site is clearly in the R1 zone district. Notably, across the street on Hillside, it's a different district. That's where the school is, and across the street on Orange Road, where the apartment buildings is in R4 zone district. I think it was Mr. Sionas that mentioned we are in the periphery of the R1 district, which may explain why there's such a mix of housing typologies and uses in this area, and I'll get to those in a minute. Next slide, please, and thank you, Paul. Slide number 4 is just a view of the site from Orange Road looking west towards Hillside Square, capturing the sculpture garden, which will be relocated. So we have a replacement infill development proposed and a relocation of the sculpture garden in an area we think will still give great visibility and usage by residents of Montclair. Slide number 5, please. Slide number 5 is another aerial photograph. This time we begin to identify some of the building typologies or housing typologies in the immediate vicinity. And again, there are a number of non-single family housing units in the area. The caption identifies the addresses, but I'm going to go to the next slide because I tried to capture images of each of those buildings. Beginning with slide 6, this is 66 Orange Road, which is a 2-family residence. And you look at not only the fact that it's a 2-family in the R1 zone district, but as you heard Mr. Sionas testify about his efforts to capture architectural cues from the area. Again, you look at the roof pitches and dormers, and you get a sense of what we were trying to achieve. Slide number 7, please. Slide number 7 is 28 Hillside Avenue, again identified as something other than a single-family home in the R1 zone district. Slide number 8 shows the more intense residential development that was mentioned, I believe, by both Mr. Silver and Mr. Sionas. This is 24 Hillside, the Whitehall, what I would classify as garden apartments, also in the R1 zone district. Slide number 9 is in the R4 district, a garden apartment, but it's directly across the street from our site, and you can get a sense of, again, the mix of housing typologies in the immediate vicinity. Finally, commissioners, and thank you for being so patient, slide number 10 is and you may see it better on the printout than on the screen, is a view looking north on Orange Road, and you get a sense of the scale and massing of the other houses on the street. Someone mentioned that the property owned by the applicant next to our site is a little bit smaller, but when you look at the street pattern in its totality, you see that there are truly a variety. If you look carefully at the right end of this slide, we try to superimpose the image of the proposed development, and you get a sense of how architecturally it fits in, and in terms of scale and massing, we would argue that it also fits the streetscape. Again, capping the Orange Street streetscape where there was a vacancy or empty land, and filling that in with what we think is an attractive addition to the Orange Road streetscape. With that, I think I'll turn to the D1 use variance first. Commissioners, as you know, for the approval of a D1 variance, there's a balancing act. The affirmative criteria and the negative criteria have to be balanced. The affirmative criteria are established by showing a couple of things. Either the use is inherently beneficial, that if you were to approve our application, it would advance purposes of zoning, that the proposed use is particularly suited for this site, and last but not least, if you were to deny our application, it would constitute an undue hardship on the applicant. That all gets balanced with the negative criteria. As you know, it's a two-pronged test. The first prong is that there's no substantial detriment to the public good if you were to approve this application for a two-family in the R1 zone district. Typically, that means no substantial negative impact to the character of the neighborhood. And you'll hear me state when I get to the proofs that that's certainly not the case here. And the second prong is that there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. So beginning with the special reasons for the affirmative criteria, look to the advancement of purposes of zoning under 40:55D-2. I'll begin with subsection G, and I quote, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of agricultural, residential, recreational, commercial, and industrial uses in open space, public and private, according to their respective environmental requirements, in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey citizens. I know that's a mouthful, Commissioners, but in my opinion, if you were to approve our application, you would advance that purpose of zoning by allowing for the development of a use that's appropriate for this neighborhood and would meet the needs of not only Montclair residents, but citizens of New Jersey in terms of that housing demand that was discussed by the applicant. Perhaps more importantly, if you were to approve our application, in my opinion, subsection I would be advanced. That is to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. In my opinion, this application ticks both of those boxes. Certainly the desirable visual environment based on Mr. Sionas' design schema, and again, looking at the architectural cues in the area, taking some cues from the historic architectural character of this neighborhood, but also from our civil engineer's approach to the civic design of the site. You heard considerable testimony from Mr. Anderson about how the site would be designed with the rain gardens, the parking functionality and maneuverability. So on both counts, in my opinion, if you were to grant our relief for this use, subsection I would be advanced. Next, I would turn to particular suitability. There are a number of court cases that discuss the guidelines for suitability. The key is why the location of the site is particularly suited for the use despite the zoning, or the unique characteristics of the site that make it particularly suitable for what we're proposing. The most current or contemporary court case, I suppose, is the Price v. Himmage court case, which I always abuse that name, but it gives some guidelines, and I think the fact pattern in the Himmage case is not dissimilar from what we have here. In our case, the house fronts, the proposed house fronts on relatively major roads, certainly Orange Road being a relatively trafficked road. And the location of the site in Montclair is particularly suited despite the zoning, primarily because of the surrounding uses. As I think it was Mr. Sionas mentioned, on the four corners you have our site. To the north you have Hillside School. On the other side of Orange Road you have the pre-K where my daughter went. And then to the far, directly across the street from us, again, you have the multifamily Cranetown Garden Apartments. And we mentioned the Whitehall, apartments, and some of the other properties on Hillside, such as 28 and 33 and 27, all of which are not single-family homes, making this particular site and neighborhood very unique, and again, not your typical homogeneous R1 zone district where all of the homes are single-family homes. In terms of the negative criteria, and finally, serving the needs of housing that are actually articulated in our master plan would be advanced, which speaks to the needs for this use. In terms of the negative criteria, I'll begin with the first prong, no substantial detriment to the public good. In my opinion, there would be no detriment to the public good, but certainly not substantial, again, in large part to two things. One, the design from Paul Sionas, making the house present as a single family, so it doesn't stick out as something that does not belong. But more importantly, again, the land development pattern in the immediate area, which includes a number of non-single family homes. So in my opinion, if you were to grant our application, certainly there'd be no substantial detriment to the public good. Second prong is no substantial impairment to the zone plan. Having reviewed your unified land use and transportation element and the 2016 reexamination report, in my opinion, there would be no impairment to the zone plan, certainly no substantial impairment to the zone plan. In point of fact, there are a number of goals and objectives in both of your comprehensive documents that support the idea of infusing varied housing typologies, housing options, like what are being presented today. One of the goals in the 2020 document is to encourage public realm and private development that maintains the scope and character inherent in diverse and historic neighborhoods of the township. I'm going to be a bit repetitive, but that was the intent of Mr. Sionas' design, going back to his use of cues from the area. Promote and protect existing residential character and form in established neighborhoods. That's why the image that we had up currently with the superimposition of our house along the streetscape, in my opinion, would advance that goal or objective by maintaining the form and scale with the proposed house. Enable continued diversity of housing types and values throughout Montclair. You heard Mr. Silver's testimony about filling the need that's articulated not only by some of his tenants, but in other conversations and market analysis that he has done around the provision of this type of housing in Montclair. In 2016 master plan, I may stop here, there are several others, but it begins to be a bit redundant. A key component of the plan is to preserve the township's existing residential neighborhoods by concentrating new development in areas served by public transportation in the form of transit-oriented development. While our focus is not necessarily transit-oriented development, one of the appeals of this site is the walkability, access to Bloomfield Avenue, and of course there is public transportation on Bloomfield Avenue and elsewhere. Finally, housing objective number 4, recognize the unique character of each residential district by designing zoning regulations which preserve and enhance that character. There is great diversity of the built environment, even within the same zone. In light of the increased development activity in Montclair, re-examine regulations and make appropriate adjustments. We think we've preempted that and offered a development that addresses the spirit of that goal or objective for the zoning and housing. There are several others, but I'm going to skip them and go to
The other variance?
the other variants. Before I get to the C variances, which both Mr. Sionas and Mr. Anderson spoke about, there's a court case, the Raspberry court case, that suggests when a subdivision occurs that intensifies, changes, or expands a non-conforming use, in this case, a use that's granted through D1 use variance, that should trigger another variance, and it should be heard only by this board. We are here already, so we're in the right place in terms of jurisdiction, and under the Raspberry court case, it mentions, of course, a subdivision application that is contemporaneous with a variance application belongs before the zoning board exclusively. And it's akin to a D2 variance, but it's more of a technical D2. In this case, as I mentioned earlier, no change is proposed to the building on the parent lot. The only difference is that we've shrunken that lot, which triggers the Raspberry variance. And for all the reasons you've heard provided by our civil engineer pertaining to impervious coverage and the fact that that lot is well-designed to manage stormwater runoff, et cetera. In my opinion, the board can comfortably grant this other D variance. As you know, the courts have said that you can grant, you can review the negative criteria for a D2 variance with greater liberality. I certainly think that's the case here, particularly because there's really no, what we would consider traditional intensification or change to that use.
Okay.
And I'm losing my voice, so I'll go to the
Okay,
C1.
2 C variances.
Yes. Again, I'd characterize both of the C variances as relatively minor deviations from the strict application of your code. They are, again, lot depth and impervious surface. I mentioned the measurements, but let me just go back to them for a moment. As this board knows, there are two contexts for C variances. One is the traditional C variance or hardship, C1, and that allows the board to grant relief for our deviation if there's a unique size, shape, topography, or structures lawfully thereon that make it impractical to comply with the strict application of the code. And I think there's some room to look at the minimum lot depth under C1, but I would argue that both the lot depth and impervious surface deviations can be cognizable under the C2, often referred to as a flexible C, and that allows this board to consider if the benefits of allowing this deviation outweigh any detriments, and that if what we are proposing is a better zoning alternative than a strict application of the code, then you can grant our relief. The reason I suggest that the C1 could work for the lot depth is because of the way the code measures lot depth, and I read that definition into the record. We have varying lot depths depending on where you measure from, but if you measure from the center point, and I'd argue from either end of the lot, we still wouldn't meet the standard, but the 117 is less than one end of the lot, which is 125. And that's caused by the diagonal slant of that front lot line as specified to by Mr. Anderson. So could be a hardship. The reason I would suggest the C2 is more appropriate is because even if we squared off our lot, it's likely that we would not meet the strict application of your code for lot depth. So I'm going to recommend that the C2 is most appropriate, but I did want to put on the record, as Mr. Anderson stated, that the diagonal lot does make it difficult for our property and others to comply with the strict application of your code. We did some quick measurements. Certainly 62 Orange Road does not meet it, and we think 64 may just be shy of it as well. So going to the C2 context, I would submit, before I get into the purposes of zoning, that the Pullen court case, Pullen v. South Plainfield, suggests that boards can look at the deviations from the bulk and area codes almost as an aggregate if you agree that in total the overall site layout works fine. And I'm going to suggest that that makes a lot of sense in this particular application. In terms of the purposes of zoning, I would submit that if you were to grant our relief, the same purposes of zoning that were entered or proposed for the D1 would be appropriate for these bulk and area deviations. Certainly the good civic design under subsection I, for all the reasons stated by Mr. Anderson in his testimony. In terms of lot depth, we're not dissimilar from other lots in the immediate area. And the trade-off is that we're able to design a site in a way that functions to Mr. Anderson's point. In terms of the impervious surface difference, Mr. Anderson's testimony about how both sites, the parent site and the proposed site, would have more than adequate stormwater management, which kind of mitigates the impervious surface deviation, presents a reasonable trade-off for the board to consider. That is that the benefits, in my opinion, outweigh the detriments. In fact, given Mr. Anderson's testimony, I would submit there are no detriments, certainly no substantial detriments, if you were to grant these reliefs. So for those reasons, that would conclude my direct, but I'm available to answer questions, obviously.
Okay.
And maybe
Nothing
get a sip of
further.
water. No.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
I always appreciate the thoroughness of your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how I want to ask this question, so bear with me, and I'm sure given your professionalism, you'll sort of read through what I'm really trying to get at here.
Okay.
So, I want to talk a little bit about the topography of structures in this area, because you've made several references to that, and in your professional judgment, you do not see this project as being detrimental, and certainly I would agree if you look at it in isolation, it's not detrimental. I mean, this is a relatively, I mean, it's a little bit bigger than some of the other buildings, but in the scope of everything else that's around it, it's a small building. So I would grant you that. But at the same time, I'm sort of looking at this area where this project is being undertaken, and we've made several references, of course, to the Hillside School, but we also have a substantial, I guess it's a residential project that is in process on Orange Road. There's that big parking garage, which many of us feel has perpetually been under some kind of design. We don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
But there is certainly that residential building that is nearing completion. And then on Church Street, next to the Unitarian Church, there's another huge building which is going up. I'm presuming that it's residential in nature. Maybe it's retail also. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But both of those projects really speak to the intensification of population in that area. And so when we're talking about topography, while this particular proposal is not massive in scale, it does contribute to increased population and intensification of population within this particular area. We certainly see it in terms of the traffic in this area. And we've noted that a number of times that people have expressed concern about the volume of vehicles and how difficult it is for pedestrians to be able to maneuver. And so I just wanted to start off by getting or hearing your perspective in terms of that sort of this little bubble of an area, and how do you sort of see this, and do you foresee this area is kind of leveling off in terms of that intensification, or are we facing the prospects of even further intensification of this area that,
Yes, as a Montclarian, I've heard concerns about the intensification. As a planner, I would offer anecdotally, perhaps, that the intensification along Bloomfield Avenue seems to make sense on the spur or spine of the township, as opposed to in the peripheral areas or less dense or intense areas. Certainly, intensification close to downtowns makes sense to me as a planner in terms of smart growth principles and proximity to public transportation makes sense to me as a planner. As a Montclarian, as I said, I do hear concerns from my neighbors and childhood friends. This particular application, I think, is a bit different. I don't think, I would submit that it does not contribute to the same order of magnitude as some of the properties or developments you mentioned. In point of fact, in my opinion, it really works in part on the site because of the four corners of Orange and Hillside, which really don't reflect that single-family development style or typology. And it's interesting, and I can't take credit for this, two other members of our team did the historic research to see that the house that was there, albeit many decades ago, was actually either same size or a little bit larger than ours. So for all those reasons, as we developed our plan, we took greater and greater comfort that what's being proposed actually does fit very well there and does not contribute to what you've articulated as a concern about the over-intensification of the area.
So, thank you. And I'm not sure if this is a question that's best suited for you or for Mr. Anderson, so feel free to speak to this. Looking at it through the lens of excavation, and, you know, this is, again, just sort of given the intensity of life in this area. And again, many of us are very familiar with, again, as I made reference to, this parking garage, which has been perpetually in development. It's closed off sidewalks. It's made, reasonably, people would ask questions about how is this affecting the community of people that utilize Hillside School. Mm-hmm. It's made it very challenging in terms of families being able to maneuver Orange Road with the volume of traffic, with the construction going on, and getting children across the street, and so forth and so on. So then and who knows how much longer that's going to go on. So then you look at this project, which I would presume is a pretty substantial excavation project, because you're certainly having to take soil out of this area. I've seen the reference in the notes here about, there would have to be appropriate walls around the property, and so how do you see that unfolding? How long would that go on, and how much of an impact will that have? Again, Mr. Anderson, you might have a view on this, but how much of an impact will that have, on that whole area? With, and is there a way to do it that would not be as disruptive, that would not impair the public good? Like, for example, would there be a way of doing it that you wouldn't have heavy equipment, for example, maneuvering, during school hours, when children are arriving, when children are leaving, or other special activities that are taking place in the school? That's sort of.
So most of that I'll defer to our civil engineer on, in terms of actual hours of operation, staging, access to the site with equipment. I would just submit that if this were a single family home, which is permitted, it would be not dissimilar from what we're proposing with our application. But in terms of the nuts and bolts, I think I would defer to Mr. Anderson.
So George is correct. It's just slightly bigger than, a normal single-family home. So you would probably gain access from Hillside, where you're building the driveway that's coming in anyway. And you would, to build the foundation, which all the excavation be required for, a full basement, 8 to 10 feet down, over 2,000. You're talking about, maybe 40 trucks coming out of there. You would have the foundation built and most of the excess material removed in 2 weeks probably on average. But, and that could be scheduled at times of year that were less, it's not required to be scheduled when school isn't in session, but it could be. So it can be done in a less disruptive way. Summer construction, for example. And, but it's a fairly standard practice, and I don't think it would be as disruptive as certainly the buildings that you were just discussing down the street, which go on forever,
So along that, thank you. Along that line, we know that there was a house on that property, and the good folks of the church decided to remove that house for whatever reason. And as a clergy person myself, I know sometimes we choose to cut corners. So I
don't know if there's anything in the ground.
Yeah, that's my question.
I don't know.
So when you begin the what do we do when we're surprised to discover that, maybe the walls of the old basement are still there? Who knows? We don't know if they just filled it in with dirt. Or what do we do if we discover that there are some historical artifacts of some kind of nature there? Or if there may not be any current record, but there could have been some burial ground there. I mean, what do we do if we...
So the short answer is, we have to deal with that if we find it.
If we find it.
I mean, it's not, there's so many scenarios that we could uncover with this discussion. We don't know. Right now, we don't know that there's anything in the ground. We have to assume the best case that they removed most of it, maybe left footings, which is just loaded onto the truck and carried it away. And if there's something else more significant historically, then they have to deal with that as they get to it.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
But before you run away,
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
let me, this is something I forgot to ask you. It's
Okay.
so you're estimating there'll be about 40 trucks removing the fill?
Yeah, approximately, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not quite sure how to deal with it, and then I'll deal with the other issue Mr. McCulloch raised in, during school hours, whenever I drive by, there are a number of kids, frequently with parents, walking to or from the school, depending morning, afternoon. They're not particularly good at paying attention to what's going on, will be how I'll describe it, which I understand. And I don't want to impose a specific condition because I don't know if you're going to be doing, it's going to be summer, it's going to be school vacation. I don't want to limit you to there, but, and I'll think of wording as we're questioning Mr. Williams, but do you think it'd be reasonable to have some limit so that the trucks would not be going, during school arrival and departure times?
I think that's a reasonable condition for not during arrival and departure times. And I also think that it's fairly standard practice to close sidewalks, to reroute, assign people to take the other sidewalk so they know how to get around the site, so they're not walking right through the site. The site would have to have security fencing, usual
that gets
standard
tricky
conditions.
because if you cross them over to the other side of Orange Road, then it's a ways down before they could cross back, and then there isn't, I don't think there's normally a school guard there, and then that would have to be provided for. I think that's adding a complication, which with kids the age at Hillside is probably not the best.
Okay. Well, there's certainly a plan to be made that works best for not only the developer but the community. So,
Mr. Silver, I was really done with this issue, that part of the issue.
So we'll be very sensitive to the school. We were very sensitive to, in working with the principal when we built Hillside Square, which was a much more significant project and had a lot more site work. It would be wonderful if we could get approval and it worked by summer. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But I commit that that we will not haul and do major hauling at school drop-off and pickup. It's not good for us, not good for the school. I have no problem with that. There's also a crossing guard at Orange and Hillside at pickup. He's a friend of mine. And that's actually helpful too. If we had to close the road or the sidewalk, then we would hire a police officer to have traffic control and pedestrian control.
While you're there, and to do the other question I neglect. So when you bought the property, did you do a Phase 1 survey?
Phase 1 we did.
Okay, and was there any indication?
There was not.
oil tanks or any?
There was an oil tank on the property, which was removed, and it was fine. There was no contamination.
Okay.
And we did a scan on that lot, too, that we're planning to build on.
So the phase one covered that
Yeah,
lot?
exactly. It covered the whole property.
We can resume Mr. Williams unless other board members have. Mr. McCulloch, were you finished? Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No question.
Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Are zoning districts important?
Yes.
Why?
Under the Euclidean theory of zoning districts, it gives separation from more intense uses and less intense uses. It gives a sense of symmetry, so you know industrials in one district, offices in another, commercials in yet another. There is a trend, however, as I alluded to in my introductory comments, about the blurring of particularly single-family zone districts, because we're realizing in planning that there are numerous missed opportunities for that missing middle that Mr. Silver referred to, or what's being referred to as gentle density. That gives an opportunity to context sensitively provide a option between the very traditional Euclidean single-family zone district and something that's blended to allow a bit more flexibility in housing.
Okay, so like for that block, there were 23 lots on that block. I was counting them as you were talking about. And of those, 18 are just R1s, single-family houses. There's a townhouse next to the church. There's two houses that are two-family. I'm not sure they're like how they came about, and if they're legal or not legal. And then there's a church there. So somehow that block speaks to me of the situation that, you know, the change aspect of it's technically an R1 staying as an R1. But I do see your argument, and I do see your argument with the sense of, what do we say it, quiet exceptionalism, or was your hint for allowing, gentle, what is it called?
Gentle density.
Gentle density, yeah. Like massage density, like just massage it in there.
Yep.
I mean, I'm going to work that through this and then go back to that term for myself. Thank you.
Ms. Grant, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Yeah, along John's point of view here, that this gentle density is popping up all over town. We're having one families go to two families, we're having two families go to three families, and in this area, comments from Mr. Caulfield, the density of that area now during a regular day is very intense. There's a school, there is Church Street area, there's businesses all through there. It gets very intense. So to add a two-family seems like much. And everybody, in one other application we had, someone said to me, well, my addition doesn't make that big a difference. But overall, it does make a difference over time. And that's a concern for me. It's not enough of a concern to say this project shouldn't go forward, because there is a definite need for what Mr. Silver's proposing. Additional housing for seniors who are downsizing. There's a need for that in town, and this is an attempt to do that. I don't know whether this is the best place to do it, but there's an attempt to do it. One thing that concerns me is this back front apartment setup. It appears in other parts of town where we've approved changes to building structure and so forth. But there definitely has to be, and I know it was talked about, but there definitely has to be some sort of access for that back house, back apartment, and some sort of privacy for that back apartment. The Orange Street resident seems to get good shape. The back street guy doesn't, as best as he can. So accommodation being pathways for him to walk on, easy access to garbage disposal, and things of that sort would be part of what I would want to see in an approval, if we do an approval tonight. But my comments about the rest of it is an ongoing comment I have. There's a lot of this going on, and I don't know that this is the greatest area to do it in, but I'm not totally objecting to it. So at this point, I would be probably in favor of it with conditions at this point, unless I hear something that changes my mind.
Thank you. And my recollection from the testimony from perhaps both Mr. Silver and Mr. Sionas is that the applicant's amenable to doing the path from the sidewalk to that rear residence and connecting that to the gate and making it more easier to navigate for. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question on the historical context of the old house, the 1955. Do we have any records if that was a single-family, mixed use, or what was it?
Again, I can't take credit for the historical research. Other members of the team did that, and what we discovered, what was available to us, and we discovered is that it was a single family with an office. And we know the size of the building is roughly the same as what we're proposing, if not a little bit larger. I would also add, and I think another member of the team did mention this, but I viewed the Historic Preservation Commission hearing, and they were extremely laudatory of what's been designed for this site.
Thank you.
Let me do, we'll go to the D1 variance, but let me, as you know, I do this for a living, and, but one of the things that when, we have a lot of pro se applicants on single families and who, don't know the right words to say to justify a variance. And, I think if the variance is justifiable, I'll ask them the questions that will get what we need to justifying approving it if, it's approvable, and not say, oh, you didn't say the right words, we're denying you, and send you home. And, and usually, I'm good with coming up with rationales. Where I'm struggling on the D3 variance is the rationale. I substantively have no problems with the variance, but, looking at it as, in one context of the effect of that is to the current use just slightly exceeds the impervious coverage, and now it will significantly exceed, which in how I would normally look at things, I would say, well, gee, that's what we're trying to avoid, suddenly get a much higher density on a property than what's allowed. And I guess, and to some extent, as Ms. Grant pointed out, and part of the rationale of the original approval was there's going to be this nice open space area. We're going to, ended up with a sculpture garden, and that's being lost. But I guess maybe I'm looking at it as this would be different if this were, not a tail on it. If this lot had simply run parallel to it going the full depth back, I think then I would actually have a greater problem approving it, because then how you envision the whole lot looking at it would suddenly look much denser. This lot looks as a tail, but do you have a rationale as to why we should allow such a significant increase? You know, it's both dealing with the C variance and the D variance, because it's the same issue for both, as to why we should allow a very significant increase in impervious coverage above what the ordinance allows.
Yes, I think I can offer a rationale, and it was formed in concert with discussions with the design team. As I look at it from a planning perspective, while the percentage does increase, to your point, it's significant, there's really no change to the property or to build out on the property whatsoever. But for the stormwater management, the big concern with impervious surface typically is what's going to happen with all that water, right? So it's not, soaking into the ground. It's allowed to run off because of the amount of impervious surface. So while technically our impervious surface is increasing, I took comfort in the fact, and this is my rationale, that the stormwater management system for the parent lot is sufficient to accommodate the increase in impervious surface. So that system that was designed originally will more than adequately cover, to Mr. Anderson's point, any potential runoff now with the increase in impervious surface.
Okay, I think that's a partial rationale, but I don't think, someone coming in with new construction, wanting to exceed the impervious cover by a great amount, simply saying, I'm going to meet the stormwater requirements, so it's okay. I mean, I think yes, it's partially a stormwater issue, but on most properties, with, what's it, 65%,
Right.
you're going to have enough room to meet stormwater. But it's also a visual, not wanting the lot to look all building, all pavement. And I think where I'm heading is visually, this lot, the proposed lot 7.02 does not look like it's part of this. You're not going to notice and say, oh, gee, this is much denser, because it doesn't really appear. And I think that's where, if this had been parallel going all the way back, it would have had greater problems. Now going on to the more fun issue.
Okay.
Okay, so let me ask, on your slide 7, 28 Hillside, you say the property assessment's treated as 4C, and, I learned long ago not to rely, not to take as gospel. Do you know how many units are in that building?
I do not recall for this one. I know it's not single family, but I don't recall how many units are in this one. Oh, but
There's 4.
okay.
The property, the card says 4.
Okay, but you didn't look at mailboxes or anything?
We looked at online how many apartments are offered for rent. It was 4.
Okay, so dealing with the group of houses on Orange Road, not counting the house that's at the corner of Myrtle and Orange, there are 5 developed lots, correct?
Yes.
And 4 of those are single families, 1 is a 2-family.
Correct.
Okay, so if we were to approve this as a 2-family, the next door neighbor comes in and says, I want to convert my house to a 2-family. How do we say no to that? Same rationale, we need this type of housing. How do we say no to that?
Well, obviously, I would argue that our site is designed by both our project architect and engineer to accommodate the 2 units, so we have adequate parking on our site. I think as Mr. Anderson mentioned, we meet all the other bulk and area standards other than the lot depth and impervious surface. So as we look at each application on its own merit, I would submit that ours would be unique in that aspect. Whereas 60, for example, the one directly next door that the applicant also owns, 62, probably would not be able to meet all the requirements.
But I mean, you're justifying a D1 variance, which is a much harder test
Correct.
than justifying a C variance.
Yes.
So and I think generally, not necessarily for all bulk variances, but if you overcome the hurdle for a D1 variance, a lot of C variances will just tag along, and their court case is saying that. Is that correct?
Yes, they're subsumed.
I guess in following up on what Mr. Caulfield, isn't a better way to address this is through a zoning change versus our dealing variance by variance as to providing this type of housing in the town?
It is the quintessential planning conundrum. Where is that tipping point where the board says we shouldn't change the zone district by variance, but rather there should be a reclassification of the zone district? Your master plan is interesting because it has a lot of language just shy of saying change the zone district that suggests that it's leaning towards the inclusion of different housing options and typologies, particularly this type of housing typology.
Okay, but, we have approved a significant number of two-family houses that are also fascinated by this front and back arrangement, which, and I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but it's not like the options don't exist in town. And I think it's a question of, particularly in areas where there's what I'll call ambiguity based on the existing development pattern, that really should be up to the governing body to determine, should we change this or not change this? And one of the things when at the Development Review Committee, I know you weren't there, but was in our report, we had gotten a application on Hillside Avenue further up, the one single family that's there, that had come in for a two-family using a lot of the rationale. Look at all the multifamily on this block of Hillside Avenue, look at the school, and we denied it. And during the hearing, the sky was going to fall if they couldn't build a two-family, but there magically is a single family. I guess I had suggested that you look at that, and I guess, so why didn't you address our action on that application? You're not the witness.
Okay. Two thoughts. I'm going to back up for a minute and remind the board that this august body also has an opportunity or the power to influence policy changes vis-a-vis your annual report. So if this zoning board is hearing numerous applications for two-family in a neighborhood like this, which is heterogeneous in terms of its land development pattern, it could make a recommendation to the governing body that it is time for the governing body to reassess the zone district classification in this area in particular, given the land development pattern.
And we do make lots of recommendations every year, and but this is not the only. We've had a similar situation on the lower part of Wildwood Avenue, where we denied at least one two-family, similar other two families in the neighborhood. And I guess, it's one thing to say the zoning should change here, and I'm struggling as to why this lot is unique. I mean, to just do a little and meets the criteria for a D1 variance, and why, what's been here apart, I have to remember its name. We approved the variance for Montclair shared housing, but that was I'm not sure if this is a legally correct, a boarding home or some comparable thing before that. We approved that variance, we approved the variance for this property, recognizing there were atypical buildings there, but this, even if there was a medical office or whatever, at the point this was demolished, the zoning allowed professional offices and single family, so it, doesn't not seem to have ever been a two-family. I guess, the other corners, two of them are zoned public, which they should be, obviously, and the garden apartment, zoned garden apartment, which is reflecting, and there are all kinds of places in town where zones come together just as a function of how the town, and I'm not seeing why the fact that there are other zones that are developed consistent with that zone on the three other corners says this corner gets a variance, and can you say why it should?
Right, so again, from my perspective, this site is particularly unique, not only because of the four corners of Hillside and Orange, but for the land development pattern both on Hillside and Orange, including other non-single-family build-outs. And it's hard to discount the Hillside Square directly behind our building. Now, if we were further west on Hillside, for example, where the land development pattern is more homogeneous, my planning assessment might be different. But I submit that this site is very unique, given not only the development in the other zone districts, but the development along Hillside and Orange, which includes, again, kind of a hodgepodge of uses, either non-single-family homes or non-residential uses.
But looking at this block on Orange, you have 1 2-family and the rest are single families. And I don't consider that a hodgepodge. And as Mr. Caulfield pointed out, looking at this square block, it's overwhelmingly single family. And I'm not sure it should be our judgment as to this should change. It may be we should make a recommendation that it change, but I'm struggling. Your gentle zoning argument would apply to any single family anywhere in town, and that's obviously going too far. That's a policy judgment. But I'm not agreeing with you on why this property justifies it, and that's different from the other single families that exist either on this block on Orange or this block on Hillside. And the Hillside argument's stronger because there you have a bunch of non-single families and not just two families, much higher density. Okay, other questions from members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I probably should quit while I'm ahead, right? But I would just offer that one of the mitigating factors for not only the suitability of this site for a two-family, but the intentional design standard was to make it appear like a single family. So the applicant and its team was mindful that there might be concerns about, where does it stop? And that's why the design was very intentional to make it look like a single family.
Can I say something?
Mr. Church?
I don't think that that's an argument. To make it look like a single family doesn't preclude the fact that it's a two-family. And the argument that I'm hearing here from my colleagues is that possibly a two-family should not go in here because of the complexion of the rest of the area. So just to make it look like a single family doesn't change the problem.
No, I agree. I would stand on all the proofs I offered earlier for the two-family. I just offered that the design is a mitigating factor that was intentional.
Mr. Trembulak, do you have any other witnesses?
No, that's our last
Okay,
one.
are there any members of the public who either have questions for Mr. Williams or who have any testimony to give concerning the application? Okay, Mr. Trembulak, you want to sum up?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes. Before I do, Mr. Chair, I just want to address the question you asked to Mr. Williams about this other application, presumably on Hillside Avenue, for a two-family. I know you mentioned that at the DRC meeting, that we should take a look at that. I spoke to Richard Sherwin and mentioned that, and basically identified all the single-family houses on Hillside, which are only maybe 5 or so, because most of the uses are not single-family till you get up very close to South Mountain Avenue. He sent me an email with a couple of applications involving those properties, none of which involved an application for a two-family. So I'm not saying there wasn't, and I don't know when that application was, but he had sent me an approval or a reference to a decision as far back as 1949 on one of these other lots, but he did not identify for me, based upon his review, any other applications. So there were, we made that inquiry because you mentioned that at the DRC meeting.
Yeah, I think, okay, I won't tell you how to, I would say looking through our annual reports would be the best way to find, because those map all the applications we heard. I don't have a good sense, it was a while ago. I would say easily 15 years ago, but I can't really place it. Trying to think in the context of, I think it would have been after we did the, the Montclair shared housing. Because I think I'm remembering that was one of the justifications they used, but I'm not sure. Because they might have used it, it never was a single family, or it wasn't in the relevant time period, but.
Yeah, I just.
No, okay.
I wanted you to know we took your comment to heart and tried to find out if there were any applications, relying upon, the
and I
planning
don't know if it
department.
was before Richard's time or.
Well, but their records are pretty good, going back quite a few years, and usually broken down by individual properties. And we had, again, identified,
Yeah,
I think,
suspect
6
approvals
lot numbers.
show
so.
up better than denials, but I unfortunately decided I had to start throwing stuff away rather than keeping.
But again, I just wanted you to know that we tried to determine that. Although I think it's a much different situation, given that it would have been that far up Hillside Avenue, a substantial distance from the property we're discussing. So in terms of my summation, I had prepared something probably lengthier than normal for me, and given the lateness of the hour and the fact that you've heard a lot of the same things, I don't want to repeat everything that Mr. Williams just said, but I do want to emphasize a few things that I think are particularly important to this application. Again, we're seeking essentially two forms of relief tonight: subdivision approval and the approval for the two-family in the one-family zone. The subdivision approval triggers 2 C variances. Again, I don't want to repeat what's already been said. The only other thing I would add to the argument related to the lot depth for the newly created lot, in addition to the fact that you have somewhat of an unusual situation where the existing lots on Orange Road are not perpendicular to the street, they're on an angle, so consequently, as you get closer and closer to Hillside Avenue, the lots become shallower and shallower. And that results in our lot, particularly the way we calculate lot depth, in relation to adjacent lots and then taking the center line, this brings us out of compliance. However, I think that is balanced out by the fact that this is the lot is double the width of most of the other lots adjacent to it on Orange Road, and I think, just from looking at the maps, that the overall lot size, while it may be deficient in width, I think the overall lot size of our proposed lot is larger than those narrower lots adjacent to us on the south side on Orange Road. And the only thing I want to add with respect to the variance for impervious coverage is to, emphasize what I think is fairly obvious. We're not adding any impervious coverage. It's just the percentage increases because we're reducing the overall size of the lot. So, we have a higher percentage, which puts us over the maximum, but we're not adding any impervious, any additional impervious to the Hillside Square lot. There's adequate drainage for the existing impervious coverage on that lot, which will not change. And we've also designed a new lot, over-designed it really, according to Mr. Anderson's testimony, to manage the water with respect to the new lot at the corner. He addressed the Raspberry case. I don't have anything else to add to that variance. So I really want to take some time in discussing the D1 variance for the two-family. And, as Mr. Williams has pointed out, and as this board knows, we've got to demonstrate that we meet the positive criteria and the negative criteria in order for the board to approve a D1 use variance. In order to prove positive criteria, we need to show that there are special reasons, which means that there are that this application or this variance, granting the variance, promotes or advances the purposes of zoning outlined in the municipal land use law. Mr. Williams cited, I think, 3, perhaps 4 purposes of zoning that would be advanced by granting this variance. I want to spend some time talking about what I think is the most important issue here, which is site suitability. I mean, we believe that the application is justified because it promotes the general welfare by due to the particular suitability, the uniqueness of this site. And it's very unique. We're not looking to convert or put a two-family in the heart of a one-family zone. This is a very unique location for several reasons. First of all, it's at the very end of the R1 zoning district. It's at the end. The R1 zoning district ends. If you're coming down Orange Road, it ends when you get to Hillside. If you're coming down Hillside, it ends when you get to Orange Road. It's the last lot, in the R1 zone. Secondly, it's located in a densely populated area, adjacent to the R4 zone across the street with a large multifamily complex, and within 1 to 2 block walking distance to Church Street and the Montclair Central Business District. And it's in a the neighborhood has a multitude of multifamily uses and other non-conforming uses. We've talked about Hillside Avenue. If you're going up Hillside, you've got the Hillside Square property immediately adjacent. Beyond that, you've got a large multifamily apartment complex, the Whitehall Apartments. And then going up further, you've got this 4-family at 28 Hillside. Go to the other side of the street, you've got the Montclair Inn that was discussed. Above that, is, I believe, a multifamily, appears to be 6 or 7 units at, I think it's 33 Hillside. And of course, we've got the school directly across the street. So going up Hillside Avenue, you don't get to a single-family house on Hillside Avenue till you're almost up to South Mountain Avenue. Going the other way, on Orange Road, you've got these 5 houses that exist adjacent to our property. But if you're coming down Orange Road towards Bloomfield Avenue from Union Street, which is 3 blocks, there are no single-family houses facing Orange Road until you get to these 5 houses, at the adjacent to our property. You've got the Montclair Historical Society properties on Orange Road. Following that, you've got this office building at the corner of Plymouth. Between Plymouth and Myrtle, you have I think it's the Unity Church, has a whole block there. It's a church use. And then you get to this block, and you don't get to any houses facing Orange Road till you get to 70 Orange Road, and you've got the 5 houses there, and one of those 5 is a 2-family. So you've got such a variety of multifamily uses in this neighborhood, and you've got this last lot in the zone at a corner that has 2 schools on 2 of the opposite corners, and the large multifamily complex across the street. This is a very unique site. It's not only unique, it makes it particularly suitable for a 2-family at this location. And it's also important to point out, putting aside the possibility of, one of the other houses on Orange Road trying to rely on this approval. I don't think this approval, and the board's always concerned, as it should be, for creating precedents that might, dangerous precedents that might be relied upon, by other property owners. In this case, approving a variance for this property would have, in my view, no precedential value unless there's another property in town that's a corner lot that has 2 schools on 2 of the corners and a large multifamily complex across the street with a multitude of other multifamily uses within the immediate neighborhood. I'm fairly sure there are no other properties in town that would have those same characteristics that could rely upon this approval as precedent for permitting a 2-family there. This is a very unique property for all of those reasons, and that's what makes it particularly suitable for a 2-family. Turning to the negative criteria. Again, I don't want to repeat everything that Mr. Williams said, but there's truly no detriment that has been identified that would result to the neighborhood from allowing this 2-family use on this property. I don't think there's any detriment. I think there's clearly no substantial detriment, which is what the statute refers to. In fact, I think there's a positive impact, and that's proven, I think, by the comments from the HPC, which reviewed this, and the comments during the hearing were profusely favorable. And board members, you've seen a lot of reports from the HPC. I don't know that I've ever gotten a report that is nothing but complimentary and has nothing but positive comments, and not one single comment, suggestion, recommendation. The HPC determined, in their words, quote, "The 2-family dwelling is consistent with the character of the neighborhood and reflects the neighborhood's historic residential ambiance. The project demonstrates good housing topology and is a good example of responsible development." I think, again, that clearly establishes the lack of any any substantial detriment, if there's any detriment that would result from this two-family. The building's been thoughtfully designed, as you can tell from the testimony of the experts and the testimony from Mr. Silver. A lot of thought went into this. The design blends in perfectly with the neighborhood. The house looks like a one-family. I mean, I've heard some concerns about, does it make sense to have the door in the back? I mean, if the board felt it would be better to have an entrance door for the rear apartment facing Hillside Avenue, I think Mr. Silver's indicated that he would have no problem with that. I mean, there's trade-offs. I mean, you know, Mr. Simon and other people have pointed out, geez, it's really nice, you know, to have the front apartment facing Orange Road, and then the back, you know, you really don't have anything. On the other hand, you know, if you're facing Orange Road, you're facing the traffic and the schools and all that activity. In the back, you might, you know, it might, you certainly don't have that. It might not look as nice, but on the other hand, you have more privacy. And of course, that's the determination that would be made by, you know, people interested in renting in this facility, in this building. You know, the second prong, if you will, of the negative criteria is to make sure that this use would not result in an impairment to the master plan. You know, again, as Mr. Williams pointed out, not only would it not impair the master plan, but I think it would advance the goals and objectives that have been cited throughout the master plan, you know, referring to the need for a more alternative housing types in this town, a more diverse housing, particularly for the aging population such as myself and people who want to stay in town, don't need the big house, want to remain in town. This is something that, you know, would provide an opportunity to downsize and age in place and remain in Montclair. On the other hand, it also provides housing opportunity to the younger people who want to live in town. And as we all know, you know, the younger people want to be near the downtown. This perfect location for that. Walk, you know, a short walk to get to Church Street and Bloomfield Avenue. You know, so, you know, I think we've, you know, we meet the criteria. We meet the positive, we meet the negative criteria. You know, I think we've provided more than adequate proof, if not, you know, substantial proof, that this site is suitable for a two-family and meets the requirements under the zoning ordinance. Under the municipal land use law. I just was looking over some of the board's comments or questions that I thought I might want to address. I mean, I understand Mr. McCullough's concern about what's going on down down Church Street and down Orange Avenue, down Orange Road closer to Bloomfield Avenue, but we're just talking about, you know, excavating for, you know, a residential building, and the same amount of excavation and inconvenience that there would be for a single-family house. And we're only adding one housing unit. I think I already talked about the concern about the front and rear doors, and again, the applicant's willing to make adjustments. You know, I think the applicant really addressed all of the concerns that the board has raised. We've, I think, addressed all of the issues raised in the Boswell report and the planning report. You know, we've agreed to a multitude of conditions and would accept whatever other you know, conditions the board felt was appropriate in order to approve this application. But for all of those reasons, I think we've provided the evidence to support the relief we're seeking, and I would respectfully request that the board approve this application. Thank you.
We'll start discussion with Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say at this point. I will offer just one comment, which is to say that anything that contributes to more stormwater runoff is of real concern to a lot of residents in this community. Yeah, I'll just leave that comment sort of hanging out there, because I think it's a real concern. Yeah, I'm very much concerned about the intensification within this area. I haven't necessarily heard sufficient rationale for why this project cannot go forward. So I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I do want to hear from my colleagues. Maybe they might say something that makes me feel a little bit differently, but I haven't really heard anything that says to me that, you know, there's a strong rationale for why this would be viewed as being detrimental and would not meet the criteria of the variances that are being sought.
Mr. Caulfield.
I mean, we have like the parking thing's kind of a nightmare. If it's a one family, we wouldn't have that nightmare. I mean, the thoughts of spot zoning and non-spot zoning and, going through that. I see your point of this is the last piece. If you take that drive down Orange and you go into the mix of all different colors, I see your point there. But I don't know. I agree with the chair that it's not necessarily. This is kind of out of her purview in some sense. It should be presented to the planning department and thought about. We're asked to think about a lot of types of housing. Montclair is very unique. It has a lot of housing, but we're always asked about adding more housing. But sometimes, there's also a line of, respecting zones and stuff like that, and something that we also have to keep an eye on. Thank you.
Ms. Grant.
No comment.
Mr. Church.
Just to my remarks earlier, I would be sort of in favor of this with conditions, but right now I'm kind of up in the air. I don't know that the arguments have been made are good arguments, but we also have the problem of increasing the amount of housing units in certain areas. And the zones were designed to limit that. And we keep jumping over it. So that's my comments for now.
Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my colleagues have mentioned, I'm concerned about increasing runoff from new impervious areas. However, I feel that this application, on its merits, have addressed those concerns for me. They, I don't see that there will be a detriment, I would say, to the existing stormwater system for adding this construction. If we were to add a single-family home in terms of stormwater, I think we'll be talking about similar capturing similar quantities of water. So in terms of that, I think I'm satisfied with that. In terms of the design, I think it's very thoughtful that the team went back to review the historical aspects of homes at that time of back in Montclair. So I think it's addressing also the historical aspect of the neighborhood there. So in general, I'm in favor of this application.
Mr. Simon?
I don't have a problem with the project per se. I do have issues and concerns with the orientation of the building. I think with this being a clean slate, you have the opportunity to come up with different options that would eliminate some of the concerns that were brought up. If the entrance was on Hillside, still with the design to appear as a single family, but you would eliminate the need for all the gates and walkways. You would eliminate the need for some of the shrubbery. There'd be less confusion with the delivery. And you could even potentially have the patios on the south side of the building, which would give the privacy that could be a concern. And even with the patios, I'm thinking in the event of a gathering, that might be a distraction for drivers on Harrison, on Hillside and Orange, if seeing any kind of activity on the side of such a major road. So I would not be in favor with the current design or current orientation of the entrance of the proposed dwelling. So.
I'll start with the easy part, and I don't have a problem with the lot depth variance. As I indicated, I'm slightly struggling with the rationale for the both the D3 and the impervious cover variances for the existing use on the property, but I think the testimony has demonstrated they meet the criteria for that. I think, as I said, if this lot were configured differently, but this lot really doesn't look like it's part of the Hillside Square parcel. It's an appendage, so I don't have a problem with that variance. The two-family house I have difficulties with, though I should note I have a bunch of conditions written down that would apply if I had been convinced of the two-family. So, it's debating that throughout. I think the applicant and his witnesses did a tremendous job presenting the application. But I think, and I think the argument about gentle zoning proves too much, because the need, and there's been no real discussion as to exactly what that need, other than talking to some other people, is. But if there is a need, it's not unique to this property. It's a bigger need that should be addressed on a policy basis. At this point, the only thing the township has done for the language in the master plan, and I can point to other sections and part of which was what Mr. Williams cited in terms of preserving the existing character. The township did adopt the accessory dwelling unit ordinance as one way of addressing some of the issues that were identified, but I think if there, is a need to create this type of housing, and it's not like it doesn't exist. I mean, there are a lot of two-family zones in town. Based on the experience of this board, a lot of them are being upgraded and sold and or rented for very high prices, and and I'm assuming they're appealing to some of the people that this property is addressing. But if we're going to do that, I think that's a policy judgment for the governing body, not for us to do on a case-by-case basis. And I've never bought the logic of, oh, this is at the end of the zone, so it's okay to grant a variance, because the zone line has to be somewhere. And I can point to a number of other examples. Buzz Aldrin School You have the Buzz Aldrin School, you have St. Cassian's Church, you have St. Cassian's School, you have Lacadia School, you have the Upper Montclair Business District, and they're smack right there going down Bellevue Avenue on Park Street is single-family zoning. I don't know why that's any different in terms of what's there. Go to Nishawane School. You have the school, you have the park, you have multifamily going down High Street, you have the South End Shopping Center, but they are smack in the same neighborhood as single-family zoning. And I am not questioning the need, but I think it's something that the governing body should be addressing, how much, where, under what circumstances. I think we've been struggling with the back-to-back two families as to the appropriateness of those. You know, we've been dealing with narrower lots, so the mailbox issue has been a little easier to address. But I'm not seeing doing, you know, conditions that alleviate, you know, that change. You know, I mean, there are, for the variances we're granting, there are a number of conditions, and as I said, I wrote down a bunch if we were going to do the two-family, but it's fundamentally, you know, a very important part of their argument with residential zoning and the need is for more than two people, two families to live in this. If there is a need, it's much greater than that, and it should be addressed in the terms of a zoning change, not saying, let's do one two-family. That's only addressing the need for two families. And I just, you know, and you know, it's hard because Mr. Silver has done a tremendous job in town, and we've approved a significant number of variances for him, but reflecting, you know, what, you know, the care he has taken with redeveloping properties, and including this property. But, and I have no question that this will be would be a beautiful two-family if we approved it, but, you know, that's not the criteria. So, you know, I would not be in favor of the D1 variance. For the other variances, let me go through the conditions that would apply. Do number 2 of the condition of the planning memo, number 5 of the engineering memo, but supplemented with that no trucks bringing or coming to the site to come during school arrival and departure times, and they to coordinate with the principal of the school as to when those times are. Numbers 6 through 9, 12 through 15, 37 and 39 of the engineer's memo, and then, if applicable, condition 40, that's if it's the county considers it a major subdivision, that they adhere to the tree removal ordinance, that the driveway be moved back 1 feet further from the fence, that the sculptures be relocated to the Hillside Square lot, that any sidewalks that are damaged during reconstruction be replaced. I think, yes, that's all that would apply to those variances. So any further discussion among members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I make one request, can the board vote separately on the subdivision and the two-family? I don't know that we'll go forward with a one-family, but we would like to have the subdivision approved, even if the board denies.
But I think we can do the subdivision, we can do the lot depth variance, and I think we can lump in, because I didn't see anyone, the D3 variance.
Well, you say D3, but that's a D1 also there.
Oh, that's right, it's both.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the subdivision and the lot depth variance.
And what about the improvement, the lot coverage variance also?
Well, but that's,
I mean, you could do.
if we're granting the lot coverage, we're almost by default granting the D1. That's only required because the lot's shrinking. I think those are paired. I don't know how we approve the one without approving the other.
Yeah,
Right.
okay, I mean, I think we're setting aside the D1 for the two-family house. Are we voting on the balance of the application? Yeah, I think that's,
Unless someone has a problem with subdividing it, which would include the lot depth variance, include the impervious cover variance, and include the D1 for shrinking the size of the Hillside Square property.
So if you're in favor of that, you're voting no.
no, then we're gonna vote for, then there's gonna be a separate vote on the D1 to permit the two-family home. If we approve the first motion, doesn't mean we have to approve the second motion. The second motion is a separate vote, but we may approve the second one and allow the two-family, but we've gotta do it in 2 steps.
Okay.
Is the D variance need 7 votes, is that correct?
Oh, there's 7 board members, we need 5 yes votes on that motion that we just.
So I have a question. So I don't have a problem with the variances other than the design of the house. Is that on the table, or can that be a condition? Because I think if it was a different design, I'd be in favor of the two-family and the whole deal. And since it was a clean slate and I don't think they explored all the options, I don't necessarily want to shoot it down.
Well, you're gonna have to make that call.
Okay.
Because right now, I think we've formulated a motion with extracting everything but the D1 for the two-family home. The motion would be to approve the balance of the variances, the minor subdivision, and the conditions that were articulated by the chair.
So does someone want to make that motion? Or someone can make the motion, we deny all of those, but someone needs to make a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second. Wait, which one is this?
Call the roll.
I just want to make sure you understand what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Do you want an explanation?
This is everything but the D1.
This is everyone but the D1 for the two-family home.
Right.
William Harrison,
Yes.
John McCullough,
Yes.
John Caulfield,
Yes.
Jay Church,
Yes.
Jerry Simon,
Yes.
Sebastian Vieira,
Yes.
Jemina Grant.
Yes.
Okay, so that's approved. Now, the next vote would logically be the motion to approve the D1 variance to permit the two-family house on the newly created lot. And that would obviously roll into all those other conditions.
Will we have another motion?
We need another motion, yes.
Yes.
To chair.
I'll make the motion
To do what?
to,
Approve or deny?
oh, okay. I'm on the spot. To approve.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Jerry said to.
No, I didn't say.
Oh, second.
William Harrison,
No.
John McCullough,
No.
John Caulfield,
No.
Jay Church,
No.
Jerry Simon,
No.
Sebastian Vieira,
Yes.
Jemina Grant.
No.
Okay, so that motion failed.
Okay. Thank you for your time, for staying late.
But before we run away, do we need the March, I guess it's 6th meeting? Okay. And what,
Complicated, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could pick the next one.
okay, and what else do we have for the
Get an easy one.
20th?
Sometimes they're easy, sometimes.
And is that a use variance?
Giant monster ones.
Yeah, we would have.
We would have had to cancel.
Let me know. Okay, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion to adjourn. And
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 I wanted to know if someone could take my picture.